Multiverse. Good afternoon, our distinguished speakers and our valuable and dear guests from all over the world. I would like to welcome you all to our second day of the Symposium, Smart Cities Without Borders, entitled Challenges and Opportunities During the COVID-19 Pandemic, which it is organized by the Oman Smart City Platforms. Oman Smart City Platforms is a knowledge-sharing based community where to drive smart city initiatives in Oman. The objective of the platform is to provide a knowledge-sharing platform, collaborative and networking environment among smart city stakeholders. The platform functions as an enabler and facilitator to smart city innovations through funding research and hosting initiatives, competitions, and many more. And now, I would like to welcome Dr. Huda Salim Al-Shuaili, Executive Director of Smart City Platform, Sultanate of Oman, to give her second day remarks of the symposium. The mic is yours, Dr. Huda, whenever you are ready.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. It is a great honor to have the opportunity to say a few words before starting the second day of the symposium. First of all, on behalf of all members of Smart City team, I would like to express our great pleasure in welcoming all of you and in hosting the Smart City Without Borders challenges and opportunities during the COVID-19 pandemic. This symposium came from the premise that establishing the concept of smart cities globally is an urgent requirement in the past few years among some countries around the world, and how the COVID-19 pandemic has changed the equation in many countries toward the use of modern technologies. Even those countries that preceded the adoption of smart city projects raised the level of the requirements and need due to the existence of unexpected new challenges that need to be included in their plan on how to organize and implement the guidelines and frameworks of smart cities. Now, just let me summarize some of the main points discussed yesterday. Most of the speakers agreed that during COVID-19, a lot of development in technology took place in the world. In addition, speakers introduced the concept of building foundation and roadmaps to accelerate the innovation on a post-COVID era. It was mentioned that it is necessary to shift in thinking from smart cities to connected places, and we should using pre-COVID barriers as a potential smart city market, such as privacy and security concern in sharing data during the pandemic as example. The presence and coverage and quality of internet accessible was one of the major things that was discussed. Necessary foundation for an innovation location or smart city. Next discussion was on resilient cities. Speakers highlighted resilience in different point of view, such as the capacity to survive an event and thrive beyond it, or as the way we able to adjust what we have in the city in the new reality. I would like to encourage you to watch session 1 in our YouTube channel. Today's session will include a group of global speakers interested in the concept and applications of smart city, as well as 2 interactive sessions presented by experts from different countries. I would like to close my speech by expressing my sincere wishes for the success of the symposium and for all participants to discover new opportunities in the still growing area of research on smart cities and its application. Thank you very much, and the mic with you, Haytham.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huda, for your welcome remarks. And without any further ado, I would like to commence our proceedings. But first, a kind reminder, I would like to inform our participant that you may ask any questions in the Q&A tab in the below bar. Some of the questions will be attended during the panel discussion. And now, we're starting our first session with the speakers of the day. For the first panelist, Dr. Kashif Nair, Facility of Computing and Informatics University, Malaysia. Dr. Kashif Nassar has done postdoctoral from Auckland University of Technology from New Zealand. Before he completed his PhD, he has obtained a solid training in research and development known as an R&D, writing funding proposals, journals, publication, and such consultant. Currently, Dr. Nasir is serving as an associate professor at the Faculty of Computing and Informatics University, Malaysia. Also, he served as a guest professor at the Fern Universität in Germany, and a number of well-known universities such as the Maxter University in Hamilton, Canada, and University of Auckland, New Zealand, and Waseda University at Tokyo, Japan. Dr. Nisar has published 150 research papers in many high-impacted journals, and his well-reputed international conference proceedings, sharing his knowledge and insight in network security, information, Centrix, ICN, Industrial Revolution 4th anniversaries, and smart health and smart city, smart economies, and future of the internet. He has a very intensive database of participation and researchers in different aspects of technology. Dr. Nasir is a member of many professional organizations such as IEEE, ISOC, and ICM Sync Mobile, and many more. Please let us welcome Dr. Kashif. Dr. Kashif, please turn your mic on and a video and join us at this panel.
Thank you, Mr. Hatem, for my kind introduction. And can you hear me first? I would like to say.
Yes, we can.
Okay, my video is clear?
Yes, it is clear. You may proceed now.
That's great. Okay, also I would like to say thanks for Dr. Huda, our chair for today, second day. And now I would like to start my speech. Basically, we have now COVID-19. That is like our throughout world, we have that issue. That's why we have to empower Industry 4.0 technology during COVID-19. So let's move forward. Today, my presentation basically based on the fourth industrial revolution, COVID-19 and Internet of Things and smart home technologies, IR 4.0, COVID-19 and tourism, and last but not least, conclusion. Basically, in human history, we have different industrial revolutions. Like first industrial revolution in 18th century, we had like some factories, some machines. Then we had second industrial revolution. It's called some mass production through electric engineering, such as, we had electricity. Edison came up with a bulb. Then Nikola Tesla came up with multiple patents, and IEEE also introduced that time. And then we have third IR 4. Third industrial revolution is like intelligent information revolution through computer and internet. Basically, internet started 1969 under Department of Defense. It was only a security purposes, but now everybody is using internet. In future, also we have IP addresses like IPv4 to IPv6, and then we have to come up with a new idea or parallel internet that is called future internet. It is called information centric network. And now we have fourth industrial revolution, that is we say 21st century internet, such as intelligent information, big data, data mining, Internet of Things, and Internet of Everything, Internet of Industrial, and other things as well as. Let's move forward. Basically, computer science or computer technologies, these are very emerging technologies with other technologies, other things, such as like we have one standard Wi-Fi that we use everywhere, in a hospital, in a airport, restaurant, everywhere. Now we have like COVID-19, and in COVID-19 we have some symptoms that has other illness as well as fever, cough, uh, sort of shortness of breath, headache, sudden loss or muscles issues, and other things as well as. We have one standard in IEEE. It's called body area network. We can use that standard and we can use some gadget or technologies. Then we can improve these symptoms, or we can find these COVID-19 people, and then we can ask them to admit in hospital, and then they will recover soon. At least we can recognize them who has what do we say, COVID-19. Recently in South Korea, they use artificial intelligence, and what they did basically, if someone has COVID-19, they give in national level some SMS, okay, in your neighbor, this address, he has COVID-19, and you maybe be careful in your neighborhood. And another thing, they give 1 to 10 grades for that patient after recovery. You can go maybe necessary things to buy grocery, you can go maybe some urgent things, but you cannot go for jogging and other things as well as. So that's, they use artificial intelligence. Let's move forward. COVID-19 and IR 4.0. Basically, IR 4.0 first time recognized by a World Economic Forum in Geneva, Switzerland. And each country has different level or different type of IR 4.0. Like in Japan, we say a community IR 4.0. In Malaysia, we also follow IR 4.0 because it is an emerging technology. And you can see here we can use IEEE standard for body area network. Like we have different standards, basically, such as we can check patient blood pressure, and then sugar, and also the weight. And then we have fitness gadgets and other things as well as, and these all basically belongs to IEEE standards. Okay, in IEEE standard 1300 active standard, we have very famous standards such as Wi-Fi, IEEE 802.11 A, B, G, and N, and we have fiber, fiber, and then we have Ethernet. Ethernet is very famous, cable internet, sometimes we say internet. And of course, we have IEEE 802.11 Zigbee and other things as well as. We can use these things. Okay, COVID-19 IR 4.0, basically how it's work, we must have a smart health system that connect with ambulance, and ambulance use some wireless communication, and they connect with hospital. And of course, first, it is a US-based system. You can see here 911 dispatch. Then they have a service discovery. After that, hospital information system. Then they have helicopter, ambulances, and code blue network disaster, and as well as other storage information also. And we can use a web-based application. These application must be dynamic, must have database as well as. Basically, in COVID-19 medical application, we have different type of medical application have a unique set of demands, must be extremely robust and cannot break down under the stress. And communication path must have low latency. Low latency means low delay. Quality of service must be good. Sometimes we use wide communication. Sometimes we use wireless communication. Sometimes we use fiber optic. Sometimes we use FTTH. So normally, like in Malaysia, we are using FTTH, that is called fiber to home. That is unified connection. And connection must be good because internet is very important, and must scale to very dense network, many node and high degree of mobility, complex radio link, and dynamic. We have two type of mediums. Guided means cable networks. We use Ethernet cables or RJ11 and RJ45. And we have unguided means we have satellite, we have wireless like WiMAX, Wi-Fi, and other full duplex mediums. So nowadays, people more depend on full duplex wireless communications. Recently, my student also published on one paper that is more related to, like we have a DSL, this digital subscribe line. We can share one line with the broadband, IPTV, and also phone. And these things connect with these what we say patient informations, and we can use these during COVID-19 to circulate this information. Another thing is must prevents privacy of medical data. That is very important. Medical data is must be with like hospital or related companies or agencies cannot disclose with medical data or patient information, and that is must be centralized. It's called e-health information. Another thing, during COVID-19, we can use Internet of Things, because Internet of Things means we have a heterogeneous environment or different type of information we can use for during COVID-19. We have different type of sensors. Like I would like to say first is smart healthcare. It must be connected with hospital. Patient must be connected with mobile devices, and then we have database or website or web-based application, and we can use multiple sensors such as motion sensor, pressure sensor, heat sensor, and other sensors also. And these sensors are very cheap and easily deploy. And furthermore, we can use also a smart grid, because electricity is very important during COVID-19. If we have electricity, we have internet. And smart agriculture and also smart transportation also. Like suppose we have a real-time one ambulance, and these V2V communicate with each other, then at least they will inform to other vehicle, okay, we have a COVID-19 patient inside the ambulance, and then you must give a way to go, they can go easily to their hospital or other information, other things. And we can use smart homes. I will further give you detail about these things in upcoming slides. Let's move forward. Uh, Sample medical applications. Some patients we can visit, some we cannot visit. Like in ICU, we cannot visit them. Like only maybe medical people, doctor or nurses can visit them. And I believe that this COVID-19 also, we cannot visit a patient. Last time, if someone has a fever, cough, and other thing, we can visit them at home. But due to this COVID-19, we cannot visit them. That's why also it is very danger for frontline doctors and nurses. And I believe that we can use IR 4.0 and these emerging technologies and the sensor. Then we can get real-time information, and no need to visit physically to patient. Also doctors and nurses, they can monitor patient from outside control room or from these sensors and these databases as well as. Let's move forward. 9 technology pillars in industry IR 4.0. These are 9 pillars of IR 4.0. Basically big data, that is very important. We must have a database or data information about COVID-19, that is support IR 4.0. Then autonomous robots. These robots also very important. Basically, sometimes patients, we cannot go physically there. We can use these robots. Simulation and augmented reality, horizontal and vertical integrations, industrial Internet of Things, and cybersecurity. As I mentioned, e-health is very important. We cannot disclose, so we can use cybersecurity. Cloud computing, of course, sometime, that time I did undergraduate, 1.44 MB floppy drive was enough. But now, Cisco say by 2021, our 80% traffic will be video. So that's why we need cloud computing. We cannot save everything in our computer or database, but must be secure. And additive manufacturing and supply chain. Let's move forward. This is future internet research areas, and these are very best fit with COVID-19, because we can use some wearable devices or wearable things for fitness, for smart watch, and location and tracking. Suppose someone had some some symptom, or maybe then these smart devices can help to give amplify or give signals to hospital or maybe their family. At least they can know he or she location. Building and home automation also, we can come up with the smart homes. At least we can improve our lifestyle during COVID-19. Smart city also, like residential e-meters, smart street lights. We can save electricity, pipeline leaking detections. We can use some Wi-Fi or some signals, and we can recognize which part we have leaking. Traffic control and surveillance cameras, centralized and integrated system, as well as, of course, we will go for automobiles also. And healthcare is very important nowadays, like remote monitoring. As I mentioned, we can use sensors and other things. No need to visit physically a patient, and then we can remotely monitor. And also for a few researchers, they have done some. They inject some sensor inside body as well as, like in Sweden recently, they started smart printing. They use sensor inside thumb of employee, but they ask before these employee, it's not by force. Then these thumbs can use for printing, smart printing at office. So we can use also ambulance telemetry, drug tracking, hospital access tracking, access control, and predictive maintenance and other things, as well as, of course, smart manufacturing as well as. That is also another type of what we say key success factor in the fourth industrial revolution. Basically, it is from Korea government. It is similar to our IR 4.0. And Korea basically, I believe that after China, Korea was first country affected by COVID-19. And that is a country also uh, recovering very fast also compared to throughout world. Only in New Zealand, only first country that they said we are COVID-19 free. In New Zealand recently happened one survey, held one survey before COVID-19. They said if disaster will come, what you need first? Water, medicine, ambulance. They said we need, majority of people they give answer, we need Wi-Fi. It means internet is very important. It means they want Wi-Fi, they want to connect, and maybe they want to inform to their family, okay, we are safe, we are okay. It means internet is very important. So here is also technology industry, and these other things also very important. Uh, that is one work my student already done, a smart house for, but basically for elder people, and how we can improve elder people life, especially if you can see nowadays COVID-19, many patients from developed countries, elder people, like United Kingdom, like Germany, other countries as well as. How it's worked, that is a wireframe, various type of sensor, as I mentioned, and then we have a sensor database, of course, Android smartphone, update notifications. Then we have position. Then after that, we have a complete Android application. Furthermore, you can see that is a layout of a smart house. It is for what we say for smart house for COVID-19. Also, it will work because that is very hygienic smart house. Let's move forward. Sorry. Okay, this is one application my student already done. This for Android phones. Basically, 80% or 85% of phones are Android. Only 5% or 10% maybe iPhones, and 5% maybe unknown, but
2 minutes.
majority
2 minutes.
are iPhone. Let's move forward. Okay, basically, traveler have brought the virus into other countries. That is very important. Nowadays, countries close border. Like in Malaysia, we close border from 18 March to until 31st of August. If we close border, we have less patient and then we have patient inside country, we can improve,
Doctor,
we
two
can
minutes.
admit them in hospital, and then they can improve themselves. If someone want to return home, he or she must stay 14 days quarantine at home or hospital. We can use, Malaysia is tourist country. Of course, tourism effect due to COVID-19, and that is one of the issue. And maybe we can shaping the future of
Doctor,
tourism.
you have 1 minute.
Okay,
Doctor,
and we can improve tourism. How we can improve? We can use different type of online platform like travel information, transportation, navigation, and accommodation as well as. And you can see here, I already mentioned early my slides. In Tokyo, basically reports are receptionists, and New York hotel, and reports are like real-time online, what do you say, save boxes. And of course, like nowadays, tourism big issue during COVID-19, we can start like virtual tourism and using this technology, using IR 4.0. And to prevent COVID-19, maintain good person hygiene, we have to wash almost every time our hand and use sanitizer and other things. These are some things. And conclusion, last but not least, I believe that IR 4.0, a very good way to use our smart health, and we can apply on COVID-19, and we can improve our lifestyle, and hopefully less we will decrease this or recover from COVID-19 as well as. Thank you very much. Really appreciate.
thank you, Doctor, very much for your valuable insight. I really have enjoyed how you managed to cram a lot of technologies, especially when we're talking about the evolving technologies of IR 4.0 and how we can use IoT during COVID-19 in our benefits. It's really fascinating. Perhaps maybe we communicate back to you again in the future to have a longer session, and I'm pretty sure our guests today have enjoyed your session and got a great insight from it. And now I would like to welcome the session two of today, Mr. Abdullah Al Raqadi, Director General of Information Technology at the Ministry of Health. Abdullah has been awarded Man of the Year of Information Technology in 2018 as a direct result of his outstanding achievement and contribution to the field of information technology and digital transformation within the Sultanate of Oman, especially deploying IoT and leveraging high technology during COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Abdullah, the floor is yours, and turn your mic and video and join us today. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Sa'ad Allah masa'akum bil khair. Good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure and my honor to be with you. And I'll try to touch in a quick what Ministry of Health has did or have done during this pandemic. First of all, I would like to convey my appreciations for the organizers who had invited me for this. And I feel a tiny on term of seeing so many initiatives from so many countries. So I'll try to touch as quick as I can. If you bear with me, I hope you can see the slides.
Yes, we are seeing it.
Give me a second. Let me start from the beginning. Looks like my screens. Okay. Well, that's it. My name is Abdullah Raqadi. I'm Director General of IT, and thank you for the introductions. I will go in quick what has been done through this pandemic. First of all, I would like to touch in a quick about Minister of Health, Directorate General of Information Technology, which is meant for digitalizing health and innovations to ensure quality care and sustained health to all citizens and residents in Oman. When we have started the job of transformation in Ministry of Health, we start actually computerizations of entire health sectors. We started within the hospitals. If you see these diagrams, it shows you that the target is to ensure that we have a real-time data information services applications, which is helping the patients and the workers at the institute to have a full services electronically, all integrated services. We don't want to use paper, or we don't like to such no integrations. All the services, all the systems are being computerized as well as integrated within the Ministry of Health. So the dream was that then it gets bigger with the help of and supports of Ministry of Telecommunications. We are able to integrate between the health sectors and link with all health sectors across the country. So we, on the second strategy that we have set, is we want to shift the computerization or the digitalizations from nursery care or patient care to proactive healthcare. That's why we are trying to use different platforms to ensure it's not only the hospitals, but all the frameworks, all the other systems that supports the pandemic. Is not only the pandemic, we are looking after the pandemic. The pandemic speed up or accelerate the transformations in such area. But the goal always is to ensure that we use different industrial revolutions, such as big data, robotics, IoT, blockchain, and artificial intelligence, which is already in use, to be honest. We have, as the country knows, that we have started with the breast cancer, but there are two projects are in the pipeline on piloting, such as chest classifications using AI, and for retina, diabetic retina, to know the grades of diabetic within the patients. So from that, we have resulted until now different applications. It's not a silos. It is a fully integrated system. We kept the information management system, which is homegrown, a Shifa system, as part or as the center of this integration. And from there, we have integrated different systems like referral engines, like surveillance system. From the Shifa system, we have also brought up the National Electronic Health Records, which is linkage all the health records within the country into one repository that's using a unique ID. And from the National Electronic Health Record, we are also getting the personal health record, where we allowing the patients to interact with the doctors and viewing their personal health record. In addition to that, as well, there are dashboards for the decisions makers, for the planning, where they can see different figures from different indicators across the country. There are multi e-services part of the e-health portal, where there are about 114 e-services. And these map or these applications map, it won't be there if there is no supports really from the Ministry of Telecommunications or Technology and Communications, to be honest. They have set the infrastructures through the MPLS, where it gives us the freedom to integrate with different agencies, not within Ministry of Health only. We have different agencies, government agencies, and the Shifa is there even in the private, in some of the private hospitals, where they are also integrated within Oman. Then within this pandemic, we have tried our best to ensure that all integrated. So I have said that we have a surveillance system, but from the surveillance system, we have built outbreak system or outbreak program that is fit for this pandemic, to ensure we are registering all the cases, whether it's quarantine, isolated, admitted, confirmed cases, and it is integrated with our HIS as well as the central laboratory. So all the results which is sent from the hospitals or public hospitals, private hospitals, or from primary care sends electronically to the central lab, and all the results from the analyzers, all the analyzers are integrated with the system. So as long as the results are released, it pushed up to the central where the other sites can view all these results on time. We have also integrated with the SMS, so the patients will get the result if it is negative. If it is positive, the SMS will go to the health center or health institute center to let them completing the protocols of the treatments for all the confirmed cases. From this system, or from this bigger platform, we have also built a public mobile app for Android and iOS. This app gives different figures, different education materials, and we have also added with sponsors of OICT having a bracelet to be given to all infected people or isolated people. We have given this responsibility to the governorates, where they have to identify those people whom to be given the bracelet. This bracelet will be identifying him as isolated person or as an infected people. So the public will get alerted immediately. As you see on the bottom, there is SMS or a notification will come into his mobile app, as well as beep or voice that it will come into the public that somebody just next to you, where you have to be away and safe. In the other sites, we have also added a service for symptoms reporting, that we have used AI into it. So the persons who are in the isolations, whether he is infected or just quarantined, will report his symptoms, and the AI will group his condition, whether he is in high risk or medium risk or he is no risk, and will continue every 8 hours to ensure that he is in a better position. So we reduce the pressures from the health workers to visit the people at home. So the person himself will be reporting his symptoms. If there is any need or any interventions from the health workers, and the governorates will call these patients immediately. This is one of the dashboards where the governorates will be able to navigate into each case timeline for each patient or for each person's. What is his results? Is he visited any health centers, or he's been admitted? So there is a real or a good histories about each case that's been registered in Oman. This is the Medical Scout, which is the dashboards of reported. And as you see, there are different colors. These colors are being grouped by the AI. If it is high risk, it will show as in red. If it is medium risk, it will be in what you call orange, or if he is no risk, it will be in green. So all these will give again the freedoms to filters and to pay attention to all these cases by the governorates. Bracelet is been tracking all the people who have been given a bracelet. So any movements outside the boundary or outside the fencing will be alerting to the specific people, and it can be called. He will be also notified that you are out of this fencing. The map on the top, it shows the people where they have been and what time. It's not only given the time of moving out, but even though if he switch off the GPS, or if he switch off the Bluetooth, or he has run away, or it's been identified by the public, all these information are recorded on different dashboards, so the managements can keep monitoring and keep those people under their control, so to reduce the what do you call it, the moving of violations from different people. There is a plan on the left side. This is a device that can be put on the entrance, whether it is in a mall or in an institute, hospitals, wherever it is. This device is also integrated with the GPS. So anybody entered the mall that he has the bracelet, this device will alert immediately and keep alerting, and it will be noisy if you come across to it, and it will capture the details of the person that he have entered. It will send to the authority to identify him that he is a violated person, and the security can stop him from entering the mall. We are planning to do this as soon as possible. I think Mushrif team, they have already produced. By the way, this device has been made in Oman by Mushrif team. And on the left side, there is a plan also to have a mobile app, and this is for the ROP whenever there is what do you call a break, so they can identify the persons by his face recognitions. So we'll be able to notify him that he's isolated person or he's a fit persons to move around the country. There are other initiatives that have been done during this pandemic. There is a virtual clinics run from different hospitals and primary care. They have run virtual clinics in Royal Hospital and some clinics as well. We have also used a medication home delivery, especially from Warid team and Mandub, and it's been there within the Khola Hospital and some of Muscat Governorate hospitals as well. We have piloted drones to check the temperatures of the people in the space, so that can be identified who are being or suspected to be sick or no. We have, as like others, we have also used the video conferencing. So we felt that we don't need to meet, and this is until now, and I think that is the future even. No need to call people from regions for any meetings. Now, if you call anybody, they'll say, oh, let's have a meeting virtually rather than coming down to a hospital, to the institute. Disabilities conferencing also, there are, as Roman knows, that we have a call center or contact center, and those disabilities, they were facing a problem that they cannot deliver their messages. So we have contacted with disability conferences. There are people who are translating and giving them appropriate informations at the right time. We have used also the chatbot. The chatbot is there. As I say, the Medical Scout is combinations between the chatbot and AI as well. And there is another chatbot that offered by Omantel, which is Ask Me. There are different information that can be shown on the Tarassut Plus application. When it comes to opportunities, definitely there are many opportunities. Most from yesterday until today, we are hearing there are a lot of opportunities, but we can use immediately. There are certain areas where we can use. Just an example, today we need to have a tele-ICU. There are shortage could be in the future of ICU beds, and we have shortage of medical specialties, medical nursing on ICU. So the best way is to have a central command center where we are linking all ICUs across the country and interacting with ICUs across the country. So that will help recovering patients and monitoring patients 24/7 with less number of people. We can have also telemedicines where we can run virtual clinic whether it is from a hospital. They don't need to travel from a place to another, or they can be called on a virtual clinic where they can integrate with our personal health record as part of the future. It shows on the pandemic that 60% or 70% of the people are reduced visiting the health centers. So mostly you can run them on a virtual clinic in the future even. So that will reduce the pressure from the medical centers or health centers to run those services. Refilling medications that can be done virtually rather than coming to the health centers, and can be delivered through the different apps without traveling people from a place to another. That will keep even the environment green. So it is not about pandemic, it's even after the pandemic. I hope the accelerations and the fast moving of the transformation will be there for longer. There's another opportunity. Currently, each hospitals, they have their own PACS or medical electronic imaging. We should have a central imaging center and attached with the central reporting centers. So the opportunity of having a national vendor neutral archive is very high in the country, and it can be integrated even with the public health sectors as well as a private. So if you have a problems or have a shortage of medical reporters, radiologists to do all this reporting, you can make it as a central, so everybody will involve into one, and you can embed it with AI, so you will get results as fast as possible. In the hospitals, sure, I'm almost there. We can use also robotics for different services in the hospitals. AI, I have mentioned 3D printing, which is Oman is moving fast in that, and we need to support that area as well. When it comes to challenges, definitely, as all aware in the globe, healthcare is one of the most wanted cyber attacks. So we have to ensure that the security is very high, and that is a challenge. When it comes to the privacy, yesterday they have been mentioned, could be on the pandemic, nobody is scared, or there is less care of privacy, but in the future that could be a big challenge. The governing all these services and all using of technology. Lab-based surveillance is a challenge where there are hospitals in private or in a public, still they are using a manual process. They need to be centralized and need to be integrated to ensure that all lab-based surveillance is based on automations rather than manual work. We need also to have an outbreak, not only within the country. We have to have a GCC integration. So whenever there is an outbreak, it has to be noticed to all the countries. And if it is in the globe, that will be much better. Connectivity and interoperability is another challenge where we have to pay attention to that. I think I have done as much as I can. Thank you very much, and wish the event successful, inshallah.
Thank you very much, Engineer Abdullah Al-Qadi, for your insight. It's really a journey in how to use and leverage the current technology more effectively, and to deploy it at work environment. That will solve a lot of challenges, like what you have done with the Ministry of Health, deploying IoT through the wristbands and smart mobiles to track the infected people and making sure they are contained with a certain area, applying some sort of control. It's really great to see that at a national level taking this technology more further and to deploy it at a huge range. Now we would like to start our session for 3 with a new speaker and a new topic revolving around it, Mr. Ross Mackenzie, Executive Director of RMA Advisory UAE. Ross has an extensive experience in consulting, engineering, technology, and innovation, especially with a business mindset. Ross has been around building infrastructure and smart cities capital projects for 20 years now, leading major projects within the UK and the Middle East. Ross recently involved in developing and designing and delivering urban infrastructure assets and capital programs, including frontline turnaround and experience in privatizing infrastructure entities, especially here in the Middle East. Ross, if you could join us, the floor is yours. Please turn your mic and welcome.
Thank you very much indeed, Haitham. And if I can just say thank you to the organizers for having me and to give them credit for organizing such a very interesting event in difficult circumstances. So kudos. I'm just sharing my screen here. Okay, I'd like to talk a little bit today about developing, designing, and delivering truly practical smart city initiatives. I think if this current situation in the world has taught us anything, it's that we need to be able to rely on our smart solutions, and they need to be very dependable. And my experience is that that requires them to be practically implemented, and there's a chain of events to get us there. So what I'd like to do in the next 15 minutes is just give you a brief introduction to myself, and then talk about the stakeholders and the steps in getting to practical solutions, why there are issues with that, and then take you through each of the development, design, and delivery steps, and talk a little bit about what I think personally the challenges and opportunities from the current COVID crisis are in this space. So I established RMA Advisory because I could see a gap in the market between clients' aspirations and what the market was providing them to deliver those aspirations. And so I work with developers, investors, designers, builders, technology providers in both the infrastructure and the smart cities space to bring really practical advice to help people get solutions that actually make a difference. As Haitham said, I've had 20 years experience in this space. I've worked client side, consulting side, worked for contractors and for major technology companies. And I've been 14 years in this region. It's my home. And if I can say, some of the fondest memories I have been spent in Oman, where I've spent quite a bit of time working with the government there. Okay, here are my view of the various stakeholders and the steps that are required for successfully implementing any project actually, but particularly infrastructure and smart city projects. There are a lot of stakeholders involved. They tend to be large and sometimes complex organizations and groups of people with sometimes different incentives. And the risks across that whole stakeholder matrix, the risks to success are that requirements are often complex. When we're dealing with infrastructure and technology, these are difficult things to understand. They're huge challenges in their own right. Generally, there's a requirement for these projects to have either an economic development or an investment return basis. And getting that basis clear up front, being able to predict into the long term the revenues and the costs that are going to result is actually very challenging. There's a lot of technical complexity, be it at one end of the scale, delivering large amounts of concrete, as I say, to the other end of the scale, delivering cloud computing. This is a technically complicated world that we're talking about here. And there's a lot of execution risk, just the various risks that go around contracting and operating, publicly facing sophisticated assets. So my experience is the things that promote practicality in that environment of stakeholders and risks is getting really clear on the requirements and the basis for the project. And I'll talk about that in my next slide on development. Really coordinating and controlling risks through the design and delivery phase, and then fostering open, strong, and very functional communication throughout the whole process. So if I move to the development stage now, this may seem counterintuitive when we're talking about practical solutions. Why is development important? Development is a bunch of people sitting in offices talking. It's not really practical work, and it doesn't get to practical solutions. Well, unfortunately, my experience is very much the opposite. For any scheme, any smart city initiative to be really practical, it has to be, the seeds of that success are sown in the development stage and vice versa. And the key lessons here for me are that demand must drive. business case viability must be proven at development stage, pretty much on a financial basis. There are economic developments and lots of soft and halo benefits from schemes. But in my experience, if you can't get the stakeholders to boil this down into clear and well-articulated financial returns, it probably means the project doesn't have a good basis for viability. And what I see in this region in particular is that we get lots of what I call orphan projects. So there are a lot of projects where people think it's a great idea, there's cool technology on the market, hey, it'd be fun to do, but actually when it comes to it, it's not a practical solution that people really need. So I emphasize that demand in the development stage must be really tested hard and clarified. Commercialization is key to this. So smart technology, I'm sure as the esteemed speakers and the audience know here, brings lots of new revenue activity and lots of new revenue opportunities, pardon me. We can convert previously passive assets into active revenue generating assets. Take the simplest example of street lighting, for example. For centuries, this has been a service that governments have had to provide, and it's been quite a high cost base. But now streetlights are a great opportunity for rolling out the 5G grid and renting out that space for that, for putting on smart advertising, for other various aspects of city operation. And there are great revenue generating opportunities in streetlights, for example. There are also some great cost management opportunities, and really digging in at the development stage to what they are is key to make sure that the solutions are practical. And I guess the key test on this is, hey, if it's not making us more money or saving us more money, then is it something that we really need to do? Why is the demand for this? Third exciting point around this is that smart cities in particular are generating a lot of new investment and funding opportunities. And my experience is when you bring investors and funders into the development phase, that's where clarity really starts to emerge on the demand for projects. And that helps to get a practical outcome. The final point on this one, I think on this slide, POCs, proof of concepts, are very, they're high in demand themselves and everybody wants to do one. But a lot of the times people want to do that to see the technology in action. 9 times out of 10, what I see is the technology usually works. You can get that right through a bit of thinking. But POCs, or therefore POCs, should also prove the business case. We should use them to test your revenue assumptions, use them to test your cost assumptions, and help that to really nail the demand that you think your project is there to serve. So getting development right is, I would say, far and away the most important thing to getting practical smart city initiatives delivered. The next phase, after you've really convinced yourself that demand is well understood and the requirements are really clear, is the design phase. Now, the challenges in design of smart city and infrastructure projects is that 80% of the project spend can actually be in traditional infrastructure, laying cabling or putting IT backbone in, putting up stands and foundations to support various sensors and display screens. But most of the practical business case benefits are driven by the technology. So here we have a conundrum. We have 80% of the project work that needs to be designed. The solution needs to be designed for traditional purposes, if you like, but 80% of the value, or most of the value, comes in technology. So who do you get to design these things? Who is best placed? And what I've seen time and time again, and especially in this part of the world, is that the traditional consultants, the traditional designers who we look to help us solve our problems are no longer the experts that they once were. I can say this because I'm a chartered civil engineer, but civil engineers are generally not the most technically savvy people. But time and time again, I see governments looking to engineering consultants to help them solve their smart city solutions. My experience is for practical solutions at the design phase, we need new and agile teams, which are a mix of traditional civil engineering and architecture design, telecommunications companies, equipment technology suppliers, and data management firms. And just saying all that list out loud, think about getting a team of those type of characters in one room to help you design a project. It's quite unusual. It's not something that the market is used to. But I strongly believe, and it's advice that I sell to my clients, that if you try and do design without all those people and all those views involved, then your scheme is not going to fully realize the development benefits that you've worked so hard to plan. Let me give you a little example of this. This is something you'll have all seen: technology stacks of various colors and various themes. Everyone has one: IBM, Dell, Google, Siemens. This is a good example, I think, of the various layers in the IoT technology stack. The only issue I have is that it actually forgets the real world. So I've added that in here. So if we start with what IoT is really connecting to, it's infrastructure, buildings, vehicles, machines, and increasingly people when we think about wearable technology. Now, if we look through that stack and we think about the types of organizations that either can help us design or deliver these solutions, it's a very interesting list. It's very varied. It's very both varied in terms of the business models. So some of these people are B2C players. You'll see the names up there, such as Google and Uber, and some of them are very much heavy industrial companies, such as the construction companies and some of the technology companies. And so the point of this really is to say that to get a really practical solution, you need to integrate all of these layers of the IoT stack. Most of you know that, but you've got to integrate it with the real world as well. And so you've got to think about the design and the delivery teams that you engage to do this. Moving on to delivery, I call this a consortia of capabilities. So if you're thinking about implementing a smart city initiative of any sort of scale, I would strongly encourage you to look at, if you're in the developer, the government, or the design side, to strongly consider putting a consortia together. If you rely on the market to do this, what I've seen is, unfortunately, they're not quite incentivized correctly to cooperate at the moment. And I advise my clients to lead that capability in partnership building. So encourage your suppliers to form new teams, perhaps even suggest that tenders won't be open to individual companies. You've seen the names on the list that I've provided. The biggest international firms are there, and I haven't met anyone who can really do all layers to practically implement a full smart city scheme in the most efficient way that it can be. Sure, there are examples, and firms are working hard on this, but right now I would encourage you to think about how you get the best capabilities to design and deliver your solutions by looking at different avenues and different partnerships. There's also a point to make here on pricing. So looking at how these firms, the delivery firms, how they get value. If we release and we procure these schemes in a very traditional way, where we just ask for the lowest price, we're not really incentivizing creativity or R&D in this space, and we're not incentivizing partnership either. So my advice to my clients is, hey, are there novel ways that we can encourage people to pull in their best ideas to our schemes? Can we incentivize them with revenue upside? Can we incentivize them with cost sharing gain? Another point on this is that the project management, so if you imagine getting a range of these types of people from these different backgrounds with these different mindsets and different cultures into a room to start off with, or even getting them engaged, then getting them into the design process and then getting them to form, it requires a new level of project management agility. I've seen this in the IT space, I've seen it in the defense space, but it's not that common. It's certainly not that common in the sort of public works and the broader technology space. So it's worth just noting that getting practical schemes right requires really professional project management. And be it the companies that are engaged or the individuals that are engaged, I would encourage people to look very carefully at their qualifications as one angle to do this, but look at the breadth of their experience. Have they understood both the infrastructure and the technology aspects of what a smart city scheme usually involves? And a little reminder here that POCs are all well and good. We prove the concept, but what I see a lot of the time is that people forget the lessons of that proof of concept. Sure, the technology working is one great outcome of that POC, but so is the business case development, as I mentioned earlier, or the business case testing, and also the delivery lessons. Did we understand there was a better way to implement or a more efficient way? Did we see different integration protocols that we could have used? Are there different people that should have been involved in the process? So when we're thinking about delivery, don't forget that we've done a POC and that we've learned a lot. In terms of the challenges that come from the current COVID crisis, and speaking to the theme of this symposium, Visually, the challenges here are shorter, and that's because I think that they are less significant the opportunities. My view is that the challenges are actually very short term. I think, unfortunately, we've seen changes in the demand patterns and priorities around our cities. So, and that leads to uncertainty. Now, I see that uncertainty being projected into the long term. My personal view is that it's actually a much more short-term consideration, but it's something we have to watch. Let's take an example. If you're an investor, would you invest in a smart parking scheme next to an office at the moment, given all the uncertainty that's been put into the current social conversation about smart working? It's something that makes it harder to talk about now than it was 6 months ago. Also, given what I've spoken about in terms of teamwork and partnership, temporarily it's harder to get teams together. I think we're all doing a great job co-working in great innovative platforms and sharing ideas like the organizers have set up at the moment. But really getting teamwork to work in new environments, getting new teams together, whether we like it or not, it takes a bit of face-to-face. And so that's a challenge at the moment in getting practical smart city implementation together. However, the challenges I think are minor and short-term. The opportunities are huge. Developers I see are getting more focused on what they want their technology and their smart city initiatives to do, particularly government. We see a lot of emphasis on healthcare, and I think that's right. We see a lot of emphasis on mobility, and in this part of the world, e-commerce is now coming into its own and getting the boost that really it's always needed. This will mean less orphan projects. When you go to a government developer or an investor in future and say, hey, I've got a smart city scheme, they'll really be focused on what they want to achieve. And I think that's great. That helps us get that development process clean and crisp, and it results in less distraction around great ideas about what could work that there's no demand for. There's also a new paradigm in remote applications and smart solutions. This is it. I'd never done a virtual symposium before this, and I would probably be very nervous about doing it. But now it seems to be very easy, and a lot of people have stepped up, and we are in now a new acceptance of technology. I remember nearly 30 years ago, my father came home with a new device, and I said, hey, Dad, what's that? He said, it's a modem. I am never going to go to the office again. I'm going to work from home. That was 30 years ago. It quickly got forgotten, and only now, I think, are we really realizing what true remote working and smart solutions mean. And I think that's a great opportunity for us to capitalize on in the smart city space. There's a new imperative for companies to look at new business models and partnerships. The economic crisis in response to the policy responses for dealing with COVID has put a lot of businesses under stress, and a lot of them have responded very positively to that by thinking creatively about what their businesses look like in future. Given what I said about how we develop, design, and deliver really practical schemes, that's a great opportunity. So I'm very positive on that people will be more open to the types of partnerships and the types of creative solutions that I know are needed to develop practical schemes. And the second thing, the final point here rather, is that infrastructure investment is diversifying. That's a general trend, but the COVID crisis has put a lot of traditional asset use into question. It's caused a lot of discussions around previous investment strategies, and smart city initiatives have a great opportunity to flow into that. There are some challenges for sure, but I think it's a great point to start the conversation at. And so all of these things, I think, are fantastic opportunities when we take them from what is unfortunately a very, very serious global crisis. That's the basis of my presentation. I'd just like to thank once again the organisers for doing such a great job of organising something so innovative and interesting in very difficult circumstances. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Ross, for your great insight and intensive experience in smart city infrastructure and building a strong foundation for the future smart cities. Above all, aiding them via consultancy. It's really much needed, especially here in the region where they are eager to develop their cities and develop new cities throughout the years. I really appreciate your time, and perhaps we could really arrange another longer session focusing on how to leverage the technology and consultancy effectively during COVID-19. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For your sharing. And Ladies and gentlemen, this will conclude our first session of the day with our distinguished panelists. And now we shall begin with a Q&A session moderated by Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, a Chief Executive Officer of Oman Data Park. Engineer Maqbool, through his efforts and entrepreneurship thinking especially, while deploying innovation and technologies, have positioned Oman Data Park to be among the top pioneered companies within the Sultanate of Oman, providing smart solutions and services which are essential part of the backbone of many modern organizations today. I would like to welcome you, Dr. Maqbool, Mr. Engineer Maqbool, and to start your session at your convenience with the rest of the panelists.
Thank you. Thank you, Haitham. I'm trying to get my video on. Yes.
It is on.
I managed.
Okay,
Again,
great.
technology might fail you sometime, but I think we're doing good so far. Thanks to the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Kashif. Abdullah Ruqadi had given us a great insight on his, let's say, experience over during the pandemic. Rose have given us a great idea of a framework that we can actually, see how we can adhere to in order to implement a smart city solution. I'll start with maybe before I start with Dr. Kashif, asking him around smart city policies. I just want to say that I think we are all in agreement that this pandemic had amplified a lot of technology innovation around different. I think a lot of things were not even, we would have not dreamed of implementing to some extent this fast. We've done it fast. We've done it, great. And I think we've learned a lot. And the most thing that we learned is that the impossible is actually possible, and not only possible, but possible in a very short time frame. And just need to be positive and see how we can go around the policies and the procedures existing that we can re-engineer in order to actually boost things upfront. One of the things Oman Data Park is very much proud of is the implementation of workspace as a service, for instance, for the banking sector. And I remember in March, once this pandemic had started, that was actually mid of March, in 72 hours, the team in Oman Data Park have managed to turn around a working model in one of the banks in Oman, from being in its classic indoor environment into workspace as a service, to provide them with the ability to work from home without having to actually harm in any way possible the security and the confidentiality of the core system of the banking sector. And just 72 hours is one of the things that strikes me, because normally such implementations take time, not only in the engineering part, but then in the policy setting. And I think we are all doing great in that aspect. I'll start with Kashif, Dr. Kashif. Thank you for giving us an insight over the view of policies and regulations. So
أعتقد Dr. Kashif is not with us. I think he having a technical difficulty. So you may start with Abdullah and Ross McKenzie, please.
I'll start with Abdullah. Abdullah have given us a great insight over an implementation, a real life implementation, that a case study that I think we all need to learn a lot from. So Abdullah, maybe I'll start with basically the monetization aspects of these products and the software products and systems that you have shown us. Is there any plan over monetizing this in the future in order to actually have them also have others in the region, maybe outside of Oman or inside Oman, to make use of in a commercial way?
Uh, well, thank you, Engineer Makbul. Definitely, I'm always looking after. That is my personal view. I'm always with commercializing all the health applications that been developed in the country. We have really an excellent platforms that can be commercialized outside Oman. With Tarassut especially, I think is one of a brilliant national surveillance system. Outbreak has given us the opportunity to enhance it in a better way where it can be integrated. The best thing whenever we are developing any applications with the Ministry of Health, we always keep that it's based on international standards, whether in interoperabilities or integrations, on the clinical documentation architectures. So we are trying to fulfill the what do you call it, the readiness of the applications, and the beauty of this, even it is being built on the latest technology that is being kept ready for any commercializations. As you know, it is sometimes is a political things that governments is to invest since it is non-profit. But I believe with the new rules, with the new laws, that it gives us a freedom where you can partnership with other investors, whether it is in a government or in a private. The opportunity always is high.
Thank you, Abdullah. I'll move on. We unfortunately we've been only given a short time. People like you, 20 minutes is not enough. We need.
Thank you.
We need
That's
more.
so kind of you.
I'll move to Rose. Basically, you've shown us a beautiful framework of how to implement such technologies and minimize the risk by understanding the holistic view of the actual ecosystem. What are the key lessons, Rose, that the region can learn from in implementing successful smart city schemes from your perspective?
Yeah, thanks, Engineer Makbul. I think one of the key lessons is around master planning and how we integrate smart city initiatives with city master plans. And having said that, ironically, a lot of the cities that are doing great work, Amsterdam is doing the brownfield cities where they have sort of chronic problems, congestion problems is a big one, air quality problems is another one. But the way those cities come about this is by taking it from a master planned approach. A lot of the times in this region, we tend to do these things bottom up a little bit. So there'll be somebody with a good idea who will try and feed this into the city authorities generally. So I think taking an overall city master planning approach is less. Now, there's a great opportunity in this region because a lot of cities are still evolving very quickly. And so we have the basis to get this right from the start. We have a lot of greenfield opportunity. And so what I hope one day soon is that we in this region will be taking that lesson out to other cities where developments are happening. We've got that right. So I think integrating initiatives as part of the overall city operation is one of the big lessons. Other interesting thing is around incubation of ideas. So a lot of cities run incubation hubs. We have them in this part of the world, not strictly around smart cities though. So other cities pull together innovators and you get interesting characters, and it's not just young tech guys sitting doing tech ideas. You get policymakers in there. You get a real mix of people in those incubation environments, and I think that just helps to broaden out the approach. So rather than just having a tech solution looking for a home, which in my experience results in these orphans, you get the whole spectrum of people involved in development. And I think that's a good lesson for this part of the world.
Yeah, like that. I mean, a blueprint is always required, and the more visibility you have of the blueprint, the better chance that things can actually plug in easily in a short-term and a long-term manner. And I think that is something I'm sure Abdullah have been doing I know Abdullah very much, and I know how much he is into building strategic planning, and actually what he been doing is actually fitting all the blocks together. And I think he has a lot of blocks that he doesn't want to share with us at this moment of time. We're gonna see it in the future. He always
Inshallah.
surprises us with those kind of things. So,
I am still a learner.
thank you, Abdullah. Rose, absolutely. That's you know, you spot it very well, and I think there is a lot we learned from there. And the opposite is also kind of true. And if you don't have one of those blueprints, if you don't have one of those, I think you might easily run into chaos, right? Would you agree on that?
Yes, chaos. I mean, there are various risks. The first one is that you risk creating something that just isn't necessary in the city. You almost have an idea that you're trying to plug into. The key in smart cities is cities. It has to relate to something specific, and cities are a group of citizens, and citizens are a group of communities. And understanding how your specific solution relates to that is key. Otherwise, it just won't have the necessary. It won't be necessary, and it won't generate demand, and therefore it not really a practical solution. Yeah. The other thing is, in terms of implementation, you're absolutely right, Engineer Michael. If you're not part of a sequence of events, it's very difficult to do anything. And so, yeah, you can hit delays and changes in design and all the rest of it. You haven't been part of it.
Engineer Maqbool, Dr. Kashif is with us now.
Oh, all right. Good to have you back, Dr. Kashif.
I'm here. I'm around.
Thank you.
Yes.
I couldn't see you in the beginning, so I think technology had failed us for you. Let's go into this. You've been actually talking to us about the IR 4.0. Would you rather give us some visibility over the smart city policies and regulations that you think should be implemented in the IR 4.0 during the COVID pandemic in particular?
Yes, I believe that that is very important nowadays. Last time, as I mentioned, we have done one Android application that related to IR 4.0. That was a smart home that must be hygienic and use some wireless sensing networks or sensors. And now I think we already in IR 4.0 era. And of course, we have to use that IR 4.0 into COVID-19, during COVID-19. And you know that we have Internet of Things that is like a heterogeneous network. And we have also big data. We need also big data in during COVID-19, because if we have a big data, we have proper information of patients, then we can control which regions are maybe green zone, orange zone or red zone. Due to data, we can improve. I think IR 4.0 best fit with COVID-19, and hopefully we will use this one, and hopefully we will beat soon COVID-19 as well as.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you. I'll go straight to Abdullah. There are some questions, Abdullah, been fired at you by the public here. I'm trying to read some of the questions that you might people might be interested to know the answer of. There are many challenges for smart cities, most notably the private data of individuals. So they're talking about data privacy here in your domain. How are you actually dealing with that factor?
Well, as you know that all data are stored within Ministry of Health and it is encrypted. So we don't deal with any outsider hoster. It is stored and hosted within Ministry of Health, and is being encrypted. It's being kept in different tables, so with different codes. So it's not an easy that you can extract any type of data. When it comes to the users' levels, it is based again on different privileges and what type of data that can be viewed and what that type of data can be exchanged. So there are multiple layers of securities and confidentiality on terms of protecting patient data. When it comes, for example, requirements of data for research or for any further studies, that it has to be approved by ethical committees, and there are a process before we giving. I'm always using a term of IT is a banker. So we cannot give data to anybody. We have to give to the, what do you call it? I have said on the challenges is the governance. And we believe we need a regulations where it shows who is the ownership of the data and who is the stewardship of this data. That's very important for the future, if it not now. We all know that the current situation, these data are belong to the Ministry of Health, even though if it is a patient data and they are the owners, but this is the future. The patient is the owner of this data. Ministry should be the stewardship of this data. But unless there is a real regulations and law, still some of the data are hidden from the patients. It is a challenge, but that can be looked at in the futures. We need to have a national electronic health records, to be honest. What is happening on this life currently, or with this rapid changes on technology, the technology is too fast, where the regulation still is going slowly to meet all the needs. When it comes, for example, the AI, with the current situations, whenever there is a failures or there is incidents, the doctors or the paramedics will be questions. But when it comes to the technology, who will be blamed? Is it AI issues, or is it a doctor issue, or who's? So all this stuff need to be regulated in a proper way to ensure all this stuff.
Absolutely. I mean, Abdullah, you framed it beautifully. I think there is two major challenges that you've highlighted. One of them is actually the speed of execution between the legislative component and the smart and the development, I would call it, and implementation of the actual application. That's always a push and pull here in our domain in technology, and yeah, I think we are in agreement on that. I would like to move quickly to Rose, maybe to ask him about the short-term and long-term impacts of COVID-19 on implementation of smart city initiatives from your perspective, Rose.
Yes, thanks very much, Engineer Maqbool. I think the first short-term impact is that our cities are not really functioning as cities at the moment. When we're all staying at home and we're locked down, then we're not performing the normal lives that we live in cities, and the reason we're here, really. So that's the biggest short-term impact. And a lot of the smart city initiatives, I'd say half of decent smart city initiatives exist in the public realm. So in the short term, when we're not able to get out and experience that public realm for various reasons, that's an obvious direct impact. I see a positive in that it helps to sharpen up, hey, what do we miss? What do I miss when I'm out? I miss fresh air, sure, I miss seeing people. What are the smart city initiatives that I actually miss? What did I notice? And that helps to understand a little bit better what the demand is and which ones we're actually making our lives better. I think in the longer term, on a similar vein, I think what my personal experience is that this whole process has been quite humanizing. We need video to see other human beings. We want to be in a community. And I think that's great for really helping us to understand what our cities are and what we want them to do. And I think this was a trend that was coming anyway. One of my favorite cities in the world is Tokyo, and it's so successful and so enjoyable to be in because it's a series of small communities that work together as part of a big city. Some of the US cities, my personal experience, can be horrific, where you needn't get out of your car. It's not really a city at all. And so I think this COVID itself, not so much, but the lockdown experience is really helping us to understand what our cities are about, and therefore which smart city use cases we really value. And I think that will help flush out the ones that are really practical and help get emphasis around funding them and developing them.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Dr. Kashif, maybe if you can just share with us, you've been collocating yourself between Japan and
Malaysia.
Asia, and what are those lessons that you would like to share with us in terms of boosting smart city initiatives in this part of the world? I'm sure you also been here maybe on off some time ago. Can you share with us some lessons that we need to keep in consideration?
Yes, basically, smart cities nowadays very important. You can see just now, Rose said his favorite city is Tokyo. Tokyo is a dense city. That is, one issue nowadays. Last time it was okay. I have visited 5 times Tokyo, and last time I noticed they had masks by default before COVID-19. So now throughout world we have masks. So means because why they have masks? Because they use a train system, world biggest train system, and they have a dense population. But now I think due to COVID-19, I think we must come up with smart cities and smart technologies. Like right now, we are organizing this seminar or this symposium due to technologies. If we had no technology, then we unable to organize these type of things. I believe that as I am an academician, we are working on physical university, not distant university. Now we become distant university. That is, I think, one of the impact on our society, and we need to come up with the smart technologies. Like my side, as an academician, university side, we have very good internet, but from student side, they have not good internet. So if we have in our cities fiber optic, that is called FTTH, fiber to home, each home, then we have a fiber connection. And if our connectivity is good, then we can easily successful in a smart city. Connectivity is very important. I believe that.
I think we are all in agreement with that. I mean, the infrastructure, especially internet service providers, has to also gear up with, especially if you like, during this particular unprecedented circumstances. I think a lot of these, internet service providers have to gear up quickly. Maybe I believe we have maybe a minute or two. Maybe one last word, starting from Mr. Abdullah. What is that one message that you would like to push to the public?
Well, there's nothing more than to say thank you for your moderating, and thank you for the organizers. I think we should stop thinking of smart cities. We should think of smart country is more than the smart cities. Now, definitely each city will have its own behaviors to implement such smart things. But I think is the time now to think on a wider, rather than just focusing on cities. We should ensure that our infrastructure as the basement is very strong, and we should shift all the e-services is from semi-services to full automated as much as we can. We should have a proper master plan for these integrations and having services that integrated with SLA. We should change our thinking on a relaxation of providing the services as a government. I think we should tie it with a proper SLA and proper productivity. Otherwise, we'll remain as we are. A smart city is a world where we can do much. I hope the pandemic will not stop us remote accessing and working from home, which is, I believe, it increase the productivity with some people. I won't say all, because they are a bit lazy people, I will ignore that. But to be honest, there are people who are active during this pandemic, and they have shown that they have done a great job. But unless there is a proper KPI, we cannot say this people is much better than these people, because there is no real e-services that we can evaluate the real output of these people. We need to evaluate them and to give us an evidence for the governments that yes, working from home is more productive. And in terms of healthcare, I think we need to invest a lot on that area. Ministry of Health could be because of the financial issues that is not able to cope with all technologies. I think we need to pay attention to that area. And as I have mentioned, is the strategy is to proactive, and we need to use the big data. We need to use the AI, so to do a lot of predictions rather than just treating the peoples. And as you know that the world is moving too fast. The WC, for example, sorry for this example, WC, it gives you a results at the same time. There is, I have heard of, I have read, there is a development of a mirror. If you stand in front of this mirror, it will examine you and whether you need to visit doctors or no. All this stuff is coming, whether we want or we don't want. We have to be ready with all the requirements, and we should shift the peoples from the sleeping mode to the active mode.
Exactly. You're absolutely right. I'll move to Rose. Your final word.
Yeah, well, I just share Abdullah's sentiments and to thank you, Engineer Maqbool, and the organisers. I think it's a great event. I'm just scanning through some of the Q&A, and there's some points here on perspectives. And what I said in the presentation, that to get a really effective smart city project, you need as many technical perspectives as you can. But I think what this event is proving is that bringing more and more perspectives together is a great thing for discussion and for human development. And I think with some of the other things we see going on in the world at the moment, that's a great lesson that we can all take. And so I thank you and the organisers for helping us to do that.
Thank you, Rose. Thank you. We've learned a lot from you today, as well as Abdullah, of course. Dr. Kashif.
Thank you, Engineer Maqbool. First of all, I would like to thank organizer. I think it was yesterday I attended also that symposium. It was very nice. Today also very good, because sharing is caring. We have to share. We have to discuss. Then we will solve something. I believe that COVID-19 will finish. Then we have vaccine. So that's, we have to live with this one, and then we have to live with depend on technologies, like we have to come up with the smart technologies, and must be cost effective, not expensive. Another thing, we have to educate people. Like, we have technology, but we didn't educate people, then it will be also drawback. In Malaysia, basically, I think 90% population is educated. So that's, very important. And knowledge is power. And if we educated people, then we can implement these type of technology, smart city, smart country, and a smart world also.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with you all. I mean, we had the great takeaways, starting from Abdullah to Dr. Kashif to Rose. One of the, if I may summarize those takeaways, as Abdullah have mentioned very, very beautifully, that we need to basically excel not only in technology, but in the legislative components as well. And we need the legislative component to adhere to the speed of light that technology is actually moving. And I think Abdullah was trying to give a good, let's say, signals to the policymakers in order to gear up, and we need to be faster and faster. I think, and this message goes to the whole world, actually, not only to this region, and because a lot of countries are having similar challenges. And as Dr. Kashif has actually mentioned, the policies and the regulations have to be smart enough in order to adhere with the what he called IR 4.0 and the implementation aspect of smart city solutions, which Abdullah has scaled it up not only to smart cities but smart countries, maybe smart nations, I would say. And those have given us a great takeaway here in the framework aspect on what framework we need to have in place and what blueprints we need to have in place in order to have a smart infrastructure, not in an ad hoc manner, but then in a seamless, strategic manner. I would say, which is a great takeaway. And I think the failure and success of smart solutions is in the blueprint that you build, and how smart it is and how strategic it is. And that's exactly what Rose was trying to allow us to take away from his view and experience. Gentlemen, it was great actually learning from you, Abdullah Raqadi, Dr. Asif, Rose, Mackenzie. Thank you very much. I think myself, I learned a lot, and I think the audience, I'm sure, have learned a lot from this presentations and discussion that we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Have a great day. Thank you.
You too.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Engineer Maqbool, and the distinguished panelists. On the behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend our appreciation for taking the time and being with us today, sharing the wealth of knowledge that you just exchanged in this panelist. It's really great indeed. We have learned a lot of things. Our eyes are open to new way of thinking. A new vision has been introduced. Maybe we reformed our technologies, and we are going on the right direction. Thank you for taking the time and giving the efforts. And in this note, I would like to tell our audiences today that we are having a 5 minutes break, and then we shall resume our panel discussion, and we shall resume our speakers list for the second round. Thank you very much, and stay tuned. Dear distinguished speakers and guests, welcome back for the second round. And now we shall start with our fourth speaker of today, and Dr. Judy Beckhouse. Dr. Judy has a dual experience in academic scholars and in information and communication technology ICT practitioner. Judy currently serving as a senior academic fellow at the UNU eGov after spending 8 years on the associate professor at the University of Witwatersrand and Johannesburg. Her recent research has been into the role of information systems in implementing smart city agenda in African contexts. She has researched ICT for developing as well as aspect of e-government. Dr. Beckerhouse have worked in both private sectors. Within the private sector, she had roles in technical and management domain over 12 years of her experience in that domain itself. She has started as designing and programming and moved into a way of the strategic management role. She spent 2 years at South African Council on Higher Education sector in South Africa and advising the Minister of Higher Education. So without further ado, I'm turning the mic over to Dr. Judy. Please join us at your convenience.
Hello, everyone. Okay, I think that's all working. Thank you very much. Thank you for that introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here. I've been listening to the previous presentations, and it's been a very interesting session. I'm from the United Nations University, and I know that many people don't know much about UNU. We're a university that exists to provide research for the United Nations system. And although we're headquartered in Tokyo, we actually have units spread all over the world. So I'm based in Portugal at the moment, in the operating unit on policy-driven e-governance. So our research interest is in e-governance. Now, I have never had the pleasure of visiting Oman, but one of the things that we do at UNU eGov is we run a program called a Government Fellows Program, where we invite government officials to come and spend time at our unit. And it's a wonderful opportunity for us to learn a little bit more about what actually happens in government and for them to contribute to the research that we do. And we have hosted several fellows from Oman. So it's been an opportunity to learn a lot about what's going on there and the smart city programs. The specific area of research that I conduct at UNU eGov is into smart cities, but our particular interest is in the governance of smart cities rather than the cool tech projects. We're interested in how you govern smart cities. And one of the things that has been of great interest to us lately is this question of how we measure smartness in cities. So how do we tell that our cities are becoming smarter, that they are more sustainable? What are the measures that are in place? And when I first started researching this and looking into it, I was overwhelmed by the sheer variety of different measures. You hear about this index and you hear about this maturity model and many different ways for measuring smart cities. So the research I want to share with you today is around these measures. And then I want to talk a little bit about why these matter, particularly in the COVID type situation. So what we did was we went, sorry, just need to figure out how to move my presentation. There we go. So our research actually assumes that smartness is not an end in itself. So we're not really looking at cities becoming smart cities. What we're interested in is smart technologies as tools to improve cities. And our goal is really to just have better cities. And whether that's through smart technologies or through other means is not so much of a concern to us, but just how do we get to having better cities? So when we went looking for measures of cities, we were looking for any tool or process or method or model or whatever the various terminologies were that evaluates the overall state of a city. And so we actually looked at measures that called themselves measures of smart cities, sustainable cities, digital, intelligent cities, livable cities, all these different terms. But we were particularly interested in things that measured the functioning of a city as a whole, rather than just one aspect of a city. And we looked at academic literature, practitioner sources, we did online searches, and we found 53 different measures. So if we found that confusing, imagine what it's like if you're in a city and going, how do I measure the success of my city, to have this vast wealth of different ways of measuring it. So we hope that we can try and make sense of this very big range of ways of measuring a city. From our research, we identified 4 different types of measures of cities, and I'm going to just talk you through those types. But before I do that, I just want to briefly mention who actually creates these city measures, because we looked at this as well. And as you can see from here, most of the measures are created either by private companies or by international bodies or by academic researchers. Those are the 3 biggest groups. There were far fewer measures that were that actually originated out of research groups or regional bodies or at the national government level. And that becomes relevant when you look at what the different agendas of these different sources are in terms of what they're expecting out of these measures for cities. So the first of the 4 types of cities that we encountered, sorry, the first of the 4 types of measures for cities that we encountered was indicator standards. And indicator standards are sets of indicators that have been chosen as being a useful way of measuring some aspect of a city. And most of these were created by international and sometimes regional standards bodies. So here are some examples from ISO and from ITU. And you'll see that each has a slightly different focus. So for example, if you look at the ISO ones, one measures indicators for smart cities and another one is measuring indicators for resilient cities. So slight differences in focus. What's inside these sets of indicators as well differs. So indicators can measure inputs into the city or processes or outputs or outcomes and impacts. And which of these matter as a city trying to decide what should be measured depends on the context of the city. So some cities are able to measure outcomes and impacts, whereas other cities who are perhaps just starting out on their smart journey are more inclined to measure the inputs and processes into their projects. The usefulness of indicator standards is that they are compiled by experts. And these experts have put a lot of thought into what should be measured and how to measure each indicator. And so for a city, they're a good starting point to decide what should we measure in our city, because they give you ideas as to what to measure, but they also give you details as to how those should be measured. And they're compiled by people with a lot of experience in building these kind of indicators. So you get a lot of expertise from using them. But they do focus on the needs of international bodies. And international bodies are typically concerned with comparability. So a lot of the international bodies want to be able to look across the globe and go, this is how cities are doing in this part of the world, this is how cities are doing in that part of the world. And they may not necessarily focus on the needs of your actual city. So your city may have rather different needs from what these standards are reflecting. What I thought was very interesting in this research is that there were very few national standards, despite the fact that there are many different national standards bodies. So it may be that we haven't searched thoroughly enough because we haven't certainly looked at every national standards body, but we didn't find a lot of national standards as to what should be measured in cities in a particular country. The second cluster or group of measures that we found were models. And models are interesting because what models do is they provide an ideal state of what a city should be like, and then cities can compare themselves with that ideal state. Models are useful for planning because they remind a city of different dimensions or characteristics of the city, and the city can look at these models and go, perhaps we need to pay attention there, perhaps we need to pay attention there. They fell into 3 different types. So the first were descriptive models. And a very well-known example there is the Boyd-Cohn wheel. So descriptive models define dimensions of a city and very often sub-dimensions as well, and then speak about what should be addressed in a city in each of those dimensions or sub-dimensions. So they're practical and easy to use, but the choice of dimensions may actually not suit your city. And here's where it becomes difficult to have one global model for cities all across the world, because cities, depending on your area and what your local concerns and issues are, may have different priorities. The second group were maturity models, and maturity models define development stages, which are typically from ad hoc through to optimized. There are some of the examples there. And then they give criteria as to how to measure whether your city is at level 1 or level 2 or level 3 across certain different areas. So the example here, the Scottish Cities Alliance maturity model, looks at how mature your city is in terms of strategic intent, data, technology, etc. Maturity models are great. They're easy to implement. They're easy to understand. But to be honest, a lot of the models that we looked at in this research turned out to be of quite poor quality. So they're well-defined research criteria for what makes for a good model, and a lot of them did not meet those criteria. And then we have clustering models, and this is a measure that takes data from a number of different cities and looks for patterns in those data. So an example here is a study of 35 cities in China, which actually looked at patterns of development. And what this does is it looks at the different resource bases that the cities have and what development strategies they employ to determine which are most successful. Now, this kind of measure is very difficult for cities to use because the analysis requires data from many different cities, and it requires very advanced statistical skills to be able to apply it. But this kind of measure could be applied at a national level for a country wanting to compare cities within the country. The third type of measure that we came across were composite indices, and these are the ones that I think are really well known. These are the ones that are used to rank cities, saying this is the smartest city, this is the most intelligent city. So these indices attempt to put a single value on the state of a city. They very often start with a model, which gives them certain dimensions, and they very often make use of indicators, very often based on the standards that we examined. And then they use various methods to roll up their measures of particular dimensions in order to come to a single value. Some of these methods are better than others. Some are more sort of carefully justified. And these values are used to rank cities. Now, ranking cities is very useful for visibility and competitiveness. It's often good for a city to be out there as the top city or the second most smart city in the world, but they're not very often useful for planning in cities because it doesn't help the city to know what their priorities are. We found that these composite indices could be informational, just giving feedback on the state. They could be transformational, where they highlight what aspects a city should improve on. Some of them are commercial, where companies build them in order to build their own market intelligence to identify cities that are good for investment and to advise clients on cities. And they can also be knowledge building, where they've been developed in order to grow understanding of the relationships between city characteristics and their performance. Again, many of these indices that we examined are poor quality. They don't define very well the constructs they measure. They don't validate the measures that are being used, and they don't often explain their methodology. Other measures that we encountered, the fourth category, were competition criteria, and this is where competitions such as the European Green Capital Award or the Smart Cities Challenge in India give cities a set of criteria that they will be measured against, but they usually don't give much detail, and the final decision is often made by a panel of experts. There are also evaluation processes such as the World Bank City Strength Diagnostic, which is a multifaceted and structured evaluation process employing a mix of data sources and different approaches. And other very interesting assessments were intervention assessments, which evaluate the potential impacts of smart interventions on city functionings using fuzzy logic. And again, like the third category of models, these are difficult for cities to apply without expert assistance. So what we did then is we analyzed these different kinds of measures, and we've come up with a table here for cities advising cities on which measures they should use, as depending on what they're trying to get out of the measuring. Our advice to cities is that they should prioritize local challenges. I think it's important for all cities to develop data capacities, and the more that they can develop data capacities, the more they can make use of data. I think it's important for cities to identify a minimum set of indicators. Firstly, for necessary reporting, cities often have to report into regional or national bodies, and that's an important set of data that they should be collecting, but also for local priorities as to whatever their local issues are. It's important for cities to measure a few aspects well, rather than trying to measure too much and get poor quality data. So I think some of these standards can be quite overwhelming in that they present such a long range of indicators. And for cities, especially for smaller cities, cities that perhaps aren't very well resourced, it can be overwhelming to go, how are we going to collect all of this data? Cities often ask, should they participate in various commercial indices? And I think there are two good reasons for that. The one is if the participation will help them to develop their capacity, or if participation will bring them visibility. And then the advice for countries and regions is that I think we should see more regional and national standards, working with regional and national standard bodies, because I think there are a lot of important measures that are missed in the international standards. And I speak here as a South African whose interest in smart cities has been in smart cities in Africa. And when I look at the international standards, very often they don't reflect the concerns that cities in Africa have. So I think it's important to measure for local concerns. I think it's important at a regional and national level to make sure that you are using measures that have multiple application to reduce the burdens on cities. So cities spend a lot of time collecting data in order to be able to report. So if those measures are more carefully chosen, and this goes back to the idea of measure a few city aspects well, rather than trying to measure too much. And then I think there is a good case to be made for aligning with international standards to the extent that this is practical, but I don't think cities should be driven by what's needed by the international bodies. And then we come to the question of resilience and responsiveness. So in the COVID situation, and I do think that the COVID situation is going to be short-lived. It feels long-lived at the moment because we're in the middle of it, but it's going to be short-lived. And so for me, the real interest is what are the measures for resilience, because we need to understand in the long term how resilient our cities are. And so I think in planning measures for cities, one needs to understand weaknesses and strengths and look for key resilience data. So cities need to think about what is their key resilience data, such as energy supply and demand, water supply and demand, access to basic resources, and that's how do people get access to food and housing, and whether it's through employment and earning, or whether it's through social programs. So these are some of the things, but a risk of natural disasters may be specific to a location. There may be specific local concerns that need to be measured. When it comes to responsiveness, and when you're in a rapidly unfolding crisis situation, what becomes important is to have relevant, real-time and reliable data. And one of the kind of scary things about looking at these city measures is that they all rely on historical data, and it's collected periodically. Some of it, once every 5 years, once every 2 years, once a year. But this is really not enough to deal with rapidly unfolding situations. And so what I think is really interesting is going to be the developments in using real-time data. The data that can be collected automatically or with minimal intervention. So measuring, using smart meters to measure your energy supply and demand issues. Or as we've seen, the COVID apps and the sort of measures that can be obtained from those. And then the other development is proxy data. So a good example of this is the World Food Programme Hunger Map, where they are looking at proxy data, including things like rainfall in an area, or market prices, and they're using that together with artificial intelligence to predict where hunger is going to emerge in the world. So I think going forward, what's going to be really important for this question of measuring cities is how do we collect relevant, real-time and reliable data? And this question should be built into all smart city initiatives, so that as we design these initiatives, we look at how we're going to measure their success and what they're actually doing. So that's it for me, and I think there'll be an opportunity for questions later on.
Thank you, Dr. Judy, for your great insight and sharing the wealth of knowledge, especially in how the UN University do conduct research to improve the e-governance and to share the knowledge between also the countries and see what works and what's not. It's really great to see such efforts has been done, and I'm sure that our audiences today will benefit great from this session. Thank you very much, and we hope to catch up with you at the panel with more questions to come. And now, thank you very much. And now I would like to introduce our fifth session of today, Mr. Denis Sossar, Governance and Public Administrator Officer at Digital Government Branch, Division for Public Institution and Digital Governance. Mr. Denis' area interests revolve around digital government and the perception of the biannual UNDSA flagship publication. That's under United Nations of E-Government Survey. In addition to his supports of Internet Governance Forum, IGF, Denis' main research area include the e-government, open government, citizen engagement, internet government, artificial intelligence, and other frontier technologies of open government data. Denis Sossar holds a master's degree on the international politics, economy, and development from Fordham University, New York, and a computer engineering degree from the Bosphorus University of Istanbul, Turkey. Mr. Denis, please join us at your convenience and turn your mic and video on.
Good afternoon, good morning, or even good evening, everyone. I just want to confirm that you can hear me clearly first and see my presentation before I further proceed.
Yes, we do.
Very good, thank you. First of all, I would like to join previous panelists to thank the organizers. This has been so far excellent, very informative seminar, and I have to say I've learned a lot. And I am not an expert in any of those areas that you mentioned. We do at the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, we do research and we look at overall the world situation, and we share our work. And this is today what I will do with the participants, and I hope everyone will find it beneficial. And we were supposed to meet with the previous presenter, Judy, at the WSIS forum this year, but due to this pandemic, we now come together here at this webinar. And in my presentation, you will feel like you are seeing three presentations put together, and I know I have 20 minutes. So I will try to synthesize, and I will mention first national assessment we do at UNDESA. That national assessment looking at e-government portals of the UN member states. Second, a local online service index that's part of United Nations e-government survey. And the third, what we are doing during the COVID-19, what kind of research we took so far. So before further ado, let me start. As you know, even before the pandemic, the fourth industrial revolution and all conversion of innovative technologies such as big data, Internet of Things, cloud computing, broadband, AI, and machine learning, has promoted a dramatic shift towards more data and machine-driven societies. So we are more dependent on data. We are more dependent on technologies, as you all experienced during this pandemic. Like previous speakers mentioned, the technology brought us all together. However, we think, and also based on our research, public sector in many countries is ill prepared for this transformation. Governments can do a lot. Some of them are doing more, but they can do a lot by responding, by developing necessary policies, services, and regulations. But many of these instruments are slowly being brought to the market. But thanks to the pandemic, we have also seen a few years of transformation squeezed into a few months in digital government offices. And all these at the UN, one aim is achieving these sustainable development goals, 17 goals that were taken by the international society, international actors, UN member states in 2015. And you know, the end goal, the end target is 2030. And our department, and specifically our division, digital government branch, contributes to this SDGs by doing by preparing this UN e-government survey. You see on the screen the 2018 edition. So what this survey does is it looks at the national portals of the 193 countries. And we have around 150, 160 features that we check, and we look at this for all countries. And together with the infrastructure, telecommunication infrastructure that comes from ITU, and human capital that comes mostly from UNESCO and UNDP, we construct this e-government development index and we rank countries accordingly. If you look at this graph, starting from 2003, going all the way to 2018, you see that the bottom low e-government development index goes down across the countries in the world, and while very high EGDI becomes higher. You see there were only 10 countries in 2003, and it has 40 in the most recent survey. And if you look at quickly the top ranking countries, there are not much surprises here, mostly European and developed countries, followed by others. If I look at very briefly in this region, we see that countries are also doing very well, and especially some countries are if doing better than the rest. For example, I can say Oman or Bahrain are one of compared to, especially compared to their income and GDP, and this has been also a positive correlation. Again, no surprises there since the beginning. Okay, this is another way of looking at the countries, and what this graph says is also in the region there is also a lot of gap between the high ranked countries and also low ranked countries. You see them at the bottom here. I will not go into details of these of the UN e-government survey. I welcome everyone, just Google for UN e-government survey and check the data and rankings if there are any questions. But this graph shows another average and another presentation of data. The world average is around 0.54, and as you see, Africa is way below the world average. And if you specifically look at your region, we see that it's above world average. I'm talking about the Arab states in general, the Arab League. And in one of the subcomponents of the United Nations e-government survey is e-participation index. We also look at how countries engage citizens in their policy and decision making, and we stage e-participation by providing information, e-information, e-consultation, and e-decision making. So basically, you need to share information in order to involve citizens in any kind of engagement, followed by decision making. And in that, this graph shows the rankings in the region. UAE, followed by Oman and Bahrain. If you look at some data, we see that in the region also a lot, compared to 2016, more data has been shared by government in all sectors that we check. And also, if we look at online services for vulnerable groups, we've also experienced a huge spike in 2018. Many more services are brought by government for youth, women, immigrants, older people, poor and people with disabilities. And again, if you look at for different transactions, more services are brought by governments, and most of these services are also heavily used during the pandemic by all countries, and I will come to that later in my presentation. So the next edition of the United Nations e-government survey 2020 will be launched next month, July and August. The exact date to be decided, but we hope no later than August. And in this edition, you will see the latest rankings of all countries. Plus, you will also see an addendum, digital government in times of COVID-19. That will be my third point in the presentation. So far, I just gave you a brief introduction of the UN e-government survey, its index, and also e-participation index. And one of the things that we have started in 2018, and I have to say in partnership with United Nations University e-government unit, is the local online service index. So this index, as Judy mentioned, just to look at the cities in their e-government delivery, particularly through municipality websites, and measure their progress, compare them to each other, and also just to create another motivation for cities to improve their website, etc. So in 2018, we've started it. The index didn't only succeed in terms of providing precise criteria for assessing government online services at the local level, but also in terms of aligning the internal indicators of each criteria with several sustainable development goals that I mentioned in my second slide. And the reason for this is very clear, and many speakers earlier mentioned, municipalities are closer to people more than national, federal, and we've also noticed that assessment initiatives are at early levels. So if you cannot measure it or assess it, you cannot improve it. That was our motivation to start this project. So we've started with 40 cities in 2018, and I am happy to report that in the upcoming edition, we have looked at 100 cities. And one of the things we've noted as well, and maybe more related to this focus of this symposium, is local governments are becoming smarter. So the 2020 edition will talk more about this, but I just want to highlight that the main success factors in smart city initiatives include reshaping administrative structures, intensive use of emerging technologies, we are experiencing this during the pandemic, integration of the physical and social components of the city, implementing advanced monitoring and control tools to enhance efficiency and quality, and improving the infrastructure to support a better quality of life and higher sustainability. So if I go back to local online service index, again, just the rankings, and I just want to share a personal anecdote here. My son was just asking me, what are you going to present? And I showed him these slides, and the only slides he stopped was where the countries were ranked and where the cities were ranked. And it is true. It is true. These rankings attract a lot of attention, even for a 7-year-old, and people love rankings. And this is the way we raise awareness across member states and municipalities. Maybe we are not going deep in our assessment, or maybe deep enough, but it is true. It kind of creates some awareness. And here in 2018, you see Moscow was ranked first, followed by Cape Town and Tallinn. And in 2020, you will see the results next month. I just want to highlight here that when we do an assessment, we choose 2 native speakers from that country or from that city, and they look at the portals blindly, so they don't know each other until they submit their results to us, and they only meet each other if there are discrepancies between their assessments, and we help and resolve them, those discrepancies, and we also make sure that they imitate a behavior of an average citizen. So they try to look at those features that we ask them to look in like an average citizen would do. Okay, enough about the rankings. So what we found from 2018 is the performance of a city or local municipality portal doesn't usually match that of its country. So if you look at the city in a country and if you look at the country rankings, they really don't match. So that means like cities can go way ahead of the country, and in some cases behind as well. And one of the things we also noticed is the average lossy was very low. So most of the features that we expected to see on the city municipality websites were not implemented by cities, and that tells us there are a lot of room for improvement across the world. And one of the things is there is content but not enough services. So we look at content, technology service, content, technology, participation, and e-services. That we've seen a lot of content but not enough online services. That's another finding. So the last part of my presentation is about COVID-19. And specifically digital government in times of a pandemic, how COVID-19 teach governments to embrace modern technologies for better public services. One thing that I would like to share with the participants is this policy paper we have prepared at the peak of the pandemic. And you can access it either by UNDESA COVID-19, by Googling UNDESA COVID-19, or you can also see the short URL here. So we have started looking at the national portals once the pandemic became visible to the world early March. And we've noticed that those national portals that we assess around the world, only 57% of the portals on March 25th had some kind of information about COVID-19. And again, once we reiterated the same exercise, the same set of criteria in a few weeks intervals, again, naturally, by the end of April, like most of the portals gave information, and that also kind of gives us the spread of the pandemic and the impact and the reaction from the digital government offices. And when we look at these portals, of course, we looked at different features related to COVID-19 during the pandemic. So what we have noticed is like they just started with general health information, presidential statements and others. And please, when you are interpreting these information, remember that we are looking at all 193 countries. Of course, some countries had all kinds of information on the pandemic from day one. But as UN, we have to look at all portals. And as the time progressed here, many countries also started statistics because there was need from people to rely on reliable information. There were lots of fake information. They came to government sites. And also as we progressed, We've seen like regular updates and dedicated public COVID-19 portals and the apps. You'll see dedicated services for COVID-19. And in order to capture these progress, we've also started a survey. You can reach the survey by providing this link. So member states shared with us their efforts against the pandemic. Within like maybe 1 or 2 weeks, we've received more than 500 different cases, and we are trying to put them together into a compendium now, a publication which we will share with the world. So as you can guess, we've seen a lot of contact tracing apps. We've seen AI chatbots, online permit during the curfews. We've just categorized them in like this. This is still a draft category, but it has information sharing, again, involving citizens, a lot of e-health applications, e-health services, supply of medical goods like masks, virtual doctor, self-assessment of health status, again, related remote patient monitoring. And all those e-services that I mentioned at the beginning, e-government services, are heavily used. In some cases, some of the member states reported maybe 2,000% increase on their regular e-service use, such as digital ID. All these digital IDs implemented became more, as you can imagine, became more usable during the permit. And one of the most common e-services is e-permits for different kinds of individuals or
You got a minute?
individuals or companies. Yes, thank you. And a lot of applications for e-businesses, like these are mostly for worker related, and then tracking and tracing applications. So you will see all these applications, selected applications in our compendium, which will come out very soon, I have to say, in July. So during the pandemic, we've also seen a lot of partnerships. I'm just going faster in the last. So public officials partnered with private sector or organized hackathons to solve quick solutions. And I think here you see like some examples. I think this is from Oman. People, I just need to go to that slide. From the Royal Oman Police using drones to ensure people maintain social distancing, or in China, robots are cleaning the streets, or in Singapore, a smart thermal scanner for safe, easy, and fast temperature screening. So for more cases, even though the compendium will come out next month, you can follow this link and look at all the cases. It's public right now. So very quickly, maybe 1 more minute, I will complete. We've also seen the challenges during the pandemic, digital divides. Like not everyone was lucky like us to connect to internet, to telecommute, to educate. Like let's remember, 50%, more than 50% of the world is still offline. We've seen a lot of misinformation, fake information. We've seen a lot of like fake websites selling masks, etc. Privacy of people. Some people were not happy or to use these contact tracing apps. So there was again trust issue to government. And if you just, for example, Google News for contact tracing, you see that there are good news about it, but there are also concerns like COVID-19 tracking apps raise privacy concerns, etc. This is all around the world. And this is just one coronavirus tracking app to be launched in Australia, but only with privacy safeguards. The minister needed to come and explain and make that statement. And my conclusion is, in the short term, during the pandemic, governments reacted. They used the digital platforms for accurate and timely information sharing. They connected with people, but they should also protect people's privacy and sensitive data. In the midterm, form effective partnerships with private sector, provide technology education for digital literacy. Again, many people don't have either the means or the capacity to connect to internet, offer financial and technical support to cities and local governments for the implementation of digital tools. In most cities around the world, this is still lacking. And in the long term, invest in innovative technologies, develop these digital engagement tools, and revisit data protection and privacy legislation, and then go to the beginning, react again. So this is a cycle that we all need to continue. Again, thank you so much for your time, and I'll be happy to respond to questions. That's the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denis Surar. And the questions will be answered during the panel. I encourage all our fellow guests to ask the questions in the Q&A tabs. And I would like again to thank you for the outstanding information and experiences in e-government and the online service indicator from the nations, and how you guys follow as well. I was impressed you guys even followed the ROP, Oman Royal Police, how they use drones and the technology effectively in combating, and also in China, how they use robots to sanitize the streets. And that shows that with innovative ideas, we can combat anything in the future as well. Thank you once again for your time and for your contribution. And I would like to welcome our sixth panelist today, Dr. Nawar Al-Awa, Regional Advisor on Technology for Development from the UNE ESCWA. Dr. Nawar has more than 25 years of professional, academic, and research experience that have led him to acquire multiple advisory roles and conducted numerous capacity building workshops with ESCWA member states to address and highlight various topics in digital technology and innovation. Before joining ESCWA, he served as an advisor to the UNDP government service reformed for modernizing projects, UNDP GSR in Syria. In addition, he served as a Dean of Faculty of Information of Technology Engineering at Damascus University, and editor-in-chief of Damascus University Research Journal for Engineering Science for a period of 4 years. Dr. Nawar has a multiple research paper published at the national and international journals. As well, he served at textbooks in technology development, computer system, and information communication technology. The books indeed have contributed into spreading the knowledge of information technology. I welcome Dr. Nawar to the panel. Please start your mic at your convenience and join us at this panel.
Good afternoon or good morning for some colleagues. Thank you very much for the introduction. I hope that you can hear me and you can see my presentation. I shared it already.
If you could put it in full view, it will show even better.
Okay. Some technical issues.
It was much better if you could work with that one earlier. Just push it in. Yeah. Yes, it's much better now.
Now, is it okay?
Now there is dark screen. Yes, it works. There's so many screens. You can maybe click one by one. Yes.
Now it's okay?
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yes, I can see it. Yes.
Very good. Okay, thank you so much. Well, I would like to join also my colleagues in thanking the organizers for giving us the opportunity to be part of this important symposium. And actually, really, it's very rich in information and knowledge. We gained a lot during sessions of yesterday and today. My presentation is about what we call the GEMS Maturity Index, a tool for digital transformation and smart cities development. This is the index that based on initiative that ESCWA has launched a few years ago. So during this presentation, I will give you a very brief overview of ESCWA because maybe some participants don't know what we are doing at ESCWA. Then I will highlight some indicators for smart cities before moving to GEMS index and describe the structure, the methodology of our index. And then I will finish my presentation by highlighting the main findings from our assessment in 2019. Well, ESCWA actually is considered as the executive arm of United Nations in the Arab region. We are one of 5 regional commissions distributed all over the world. We are reporting to United Nations Secretariat, and we do have in our membership around 18 Arab countries, and there are 4 Arab countries that are in the pipeline to join ESCWA. So very soon we will have exactly the same membership as the League of Arab States. Our objective is to enhance socioeconomic development by fostering integration and cooperation on regional and sub-regional level. As you can see here in the slide, here is our building in Beirut. ESCWA was established in 1973. We moved from Beirut to other cities like Baghdad and Amman due to security conditions, and then we returned back to Beirut in 1997. What we are doing at ESCWA, actually we are working on 2 parallel tracks. The first one is to produce studies and reports that will track the socioeconomic development in the Arab region. And in terms of technology and innovation, we have already several studies and reports that are all published on our website. So you can see here from the titles, we are interested in information society, cyber legislations, e-government, digital technologies, and recently the impact of 4th industrial revolution in the Arab region. In addition to that, the second parallel track is what we call technical cooperation program. And according to this program, ESCWA is providing advisory services to its member states based on their request in several areas related to technology and innovation. So we are advising policymakers on digital government transformations, on new technologies for development, how to better use these new technologies and 4th industrial revolution technologies, how we can build incubators and accelerators. Also, we are encouraging countries to establish technology transfer offices to strengthen the link between academia and industry. And also we are assisting Arab countries in developing their cyber legislations. Here are some of our activities that, of course, you can imagine this happened before the COVID time, because we held several workshops, physical workshops. So we had one in Morocco in December on digital transformation strategy, one in Syria for about technology for persons with disability. And we know that this topic is very important in our region due to unfortunate high number of conflicts and instability that we are witnessing. And also in Qatar, we held a workshop on blockchain policies and application in February 2020. As was mentioned before, why maybe we would like to ask ourselves why United Nations interested in technology. Well, actually, we are interested in technology because according to the 2030 Sustainable Agenda, that has 17 different goals covering all aspects of development, from poverty to hunger to education to health and so on. We do have the goal 17, and in goal 17, it was mentioned clearly that technology is one means of implementation. This means that technology could help all countries, including Arab countries, of course, to achieve the Sustainable Development Agenda. Another reason is that there is in September 2018, there is a United Nations Secretary General strategy on new technologies that was issued. And if we look at the commitments mentioned inside this strategy, we see that United Nations has committed itself and all its agencies to provide more and more capacity building and assistance to all governments in order to better use new technologies and employ it into development. And of course, when we speak about the new technologies, the first thing that comes to our mind is a smart city, how we can develop our cities into smart ones. Well, ESCWA during the COVID times continued its activities, and actually we produced several knowledge products. So we have produced several policy briefs on COVID-19 in order to advise Arab policymakers on how to mitigate the negative impact of COVID-19. So these policy briefs covered several areas such as gender equality, food security, trade, youth, and other topics. In addition to that, we have developed ESQA stimulus tracker that could be accessed on our website in order to share best practices during this period. And it covers actually all countries in the world. So from this tracker, we can learn in which country, what were the policies adopted and developed specifically for COVID-19 crisis. The third thing is what we call the daily clock for COVID-19, and ESQA actually is updating that on its website. It's like a source of information, of trusted information and the statistics about about the increase in number of cases, recovered cases, and unfortunately also a number of deaths in all countries in the Arab region. So we can also have a look on it on daily basis and learn a lot about how this pandemic is progressing in our region. Now I would like to move to smart cities. It was mentioned several times yesterday and also today in several sessions that cities are becoming more and more populated, and it's estimated that the number of population will be installed in that will be installed in cities is around 70% in 2030. So this means that 70% of the global GDP will be originating from cities. And this would, of course, create more pressure on public services. During the COVID-19, all of us noticed the importance of digital services, and actually this period has demonstrated the importance of investment in digital services in order to ensure resilience of countries. And of course, resilience was mentioned several times, starting from the opening session yesterday and also the speech of Dr. Jonathan. So this is really very, very important topic. In addition to that, during COVID-19 times, actually, it was showed clearly that we need to develop secure, interoperable IT systems and tools in order to provide digital services to all individuals, regardless of their platform, regardless of the operating system that they are using. So these services has to be seamlessly operational on any platform. Now we can see the link between digital services and smart cities, and also if we, in order to identify that link, we can examine several definitions of a smart city, but unfortunately there is no one unified definition of a smart city, but all of them agree that any smart city project or initiatives has to fulfill 6 dimensions. The first one is people. It has to focus on people. It has to focus on enhancement of life, on improvement of economy. It has to tackle the governance, and especially data governance, because we will be producing a lot of data due to IoT and other technologies. So how these data will be managed, this is also important. And then it has also we have also to reflect on the impact on mobility and transportation, and of course the environment, and how we can mitigate climate change and reduce pollution. And this topic that was perfectly mentioned by Her Excellency Ms. Azza in the opening speech. So if we look at all these dimensions, we realize the importance of digital services, because digital services are serving all these dimensions. Now, ESQA is really very interested in the topic of smart cities, and it published in 2015 like a framework of smart cities. Of course, this report is also available on our website. And according to that framework, we said that we do have 4 main components that are needed to develop a smart city. We need a vision and a strategy. We need the infrastructure. We need to develop a sustainable innovation ecosystem. And also we need to have a multi-stakeholder cooperation and support. So smart city is not the business of the private sector only. It is not the business of government only. It has to be a collaborative approach. So we can also here ask a question. So in the Arab region, do we have really national policies and national plans to develop smart cities in all Arab countries? Now, in that report, actually, also ESQA suggested like a elementary classification of cities according to 3 levels. The first one is elementary level, when a country has developed a successful e-government program. The second one is operational level. When we do have applications, smart applications covering specific areas like health, education, security, and so on. So we said that we classify that country in operational level. And thirdly, we have the advanced level in which a country will have developed really integrated applications covering all sectors and providing smart services to all individuals. In addition to that framework, actually, ESCWA has started providing technical assistance to ESCWA member countries on how to develop national policies, and example is Morocco. Now, as it was mentioned by Dr. Judy, and I'm glad that I'm coming after Dr. Judy because this would make my task very, very easy. So actually, we do have several smart cities indicators. One of them, as mentioned, was mentioned also by Dr. Judy, is the key performance indicators defined by ITU. And if we look at these indicators, we can see that digital services are covered. So this means that digital services, it's very important to measure these digital services if you would like to develop smart cities. Another initiative now from academia, it was developed by Business School, University of Navarra, and they developed what we call the City in Motion Index. This index aims to measure cities' sustainability and life quality, and it could be used as a tool for public agencies to assess cities' performance. And if you look at the methodology and at the structure of that index, we can see that, again, technology is an important part of that indicator. And if you look also in details about technology, so we can see that digital services are at the core of that pillar. Now, I would like to present to you the initiative that was launched by ESCWA, which we call GEMS. Actually, in 2014, we looked at several international indicators, and we found that there are some limitations. Some of them, they are focusing on infrastructure and human resources, but very rare of them, they are focusing on usage and satisfaction. Also, they are these international indicators, they don't offer all possibilities of comparison. So we can compare maybe on national level between country and country on the global score, but in some cases we need something more. We need to compare maybe among agencies. In other cases we need to compare according to services and so on. For all these reasons, we launched the Government Electronic and Mobile Services Maturity Index, and actually the aim is to focus on citizen-centered services. So we have selected specific services for that. Also to measure the maturity of digital services. We know that not all services are at the same level. Some services are just to give information or to download maybe a PDF in order to request the service, and other services are transactional. We can implement the whole process electronically without either from mobile or from internet portal. So we need also to assess the maturity of these services. And also the aim was to support policymakers and to provide to them a policy tool that would help them to make business process reengineering, and also to offer multi-dimensional comparison to all users. Now, its component and its structure, it has three main pillars. The first one is service availability and sophistication. This pillar measures the availability of services and measures whether these services are mature, they are sophisticated or not, and also the channel on which we are delivering these services, whether these services are accessible through internet portals or through mobile applications. The second pillar is called service usage and satisfaction, and here we are measuring and trying to assess the usage of services. So when we launch a new service, it's important to have online service, but most important thing is to use that service and to be satisfied of that service. So this pillar really aims to capture that part of usage and satisfaction. The third pillar is entitled public outreach, and this is also important because we noticed that in many cases agencies are producing and developing new services, but citizens and individuals, they don't know about it. They don't know if this service is now available electronically or not. So it's really important to have like awareness campaign, like marketing campaign, in order to reach out to all citizens and to be accessible from all citizens. To measure these three pillars, actually, we have defined the 24 KPIs that measure the maturity of services from the supply side, demand side, and inclusion. And actually, we are not covering all services, all e-services. We have selected only 84 services. We think that in each country, it is important to have these 84 services delivered electronically for businesses and for individuals. And in order to select these services, we followed an approach called life cycle approach, which means that we looked what are the services that are needed by individuals when they are in school, then university, then they go to work, and finally when they retire, what are the services they need, needed services from public agencies, and we try to collect these services. At the same side and with the same logic, we do have businesses, and we said that any business, when we set up a new business, we need certain services from the government. When we are running the business, we need also specific services. And then when we are closing the business, we need other services. So we try to cover these 84 services. The methodology of measuring GEMS actually is based on survey. So we do have, we defined a survey that we send and we share with national focal point. We do have a national focal point in each country in the Arab region. And then once these forms are filled, we enter that to the system and we get the evaluation of the 24 KPIs. And from that evaluation, we can go a little bit higher at the higher level and get the evaluation of the 3 pillars. And from these 3 pillars, we get the final evaluation of the final score. Also, as we said, that GEMS, one of its features is the possibility to compare on different levels. So we can compare country to country on national level. We can compare on pillar basis. And also there's a possibility to, as we have standardized the services along different countries. So also we can compare specific service all across the Arab region. Just brief about the journey of GEMS. We started in 2014 by an initiative. We piloted that initiative and that framework in several Arab countries during 3 years. And in 2019, it was the first assessment. And actually, the report was just produced in 2020, and it's also available on our website. And during this year, we are aiming to make a new assessment in order to measure and to gauge the progress in digital transformation of the Arab region. Now, very quickly, I would like to present to you just quick results that we have obtained from the assessment of GEMS last year. In the assessment, we have covered the 12 Arab countries. 12 Arab countries have out of 18. We were not able to implement and to assess in some countries due to internal security issues, and also due to some in some countries it was there was some changes in ministries and businesses and so on. So we hope that during this year 2020 we'll be able to cover the whole region. What we have got is, if we look here, we have the final score, and we can see that there are a huge variation in results. So the score varies from 4% to 60% in terms of maturity of services. And we can actually group, and here it's really in accordance with what my colleague Dennis has just presented. We do have 3 clusters in our region. The first cluster, we do have some, we do have GCC. In the second cluster, we do have mid-range and mid-income countries. And then we have the third cluster, countries that are either LDCs or they have some internal problem and issues related to security. So we can see here that there are wide variation in the results in terms of maturity. Now, if we look closer at each pillar, at service availability and sophistication, we notice that the score is acceptable. It's between 40 and 90%. So this means that we do have some electronic services that already developed and they are available and could be accessed through the portal.
Doctor,
Yes, I will finish. And then we will look at service usage and user satisfaction. We see that the situation is different. So this means that all countries have to focus on service usage and user satisfaction. If we look at public outreach, also we notice that it's already here, but more effort is needed in order to reach out to public in all Arab countries. Another correlation is with our OSI, which is Online Service Index, presented by my colleague Dennis, and we can see that we obtained approximately the same shape, but for some cases, for some countries, it's different. So this means that GEMS is complementing also the view produced by OSI, because it is focusing on usage and maturity. Just here, we have an example for Oman. Of course, all results could be seen from our report, and we can see from this rather diagram that Oman could do better actually in two topics related to public outreach and service sophistication. So final word, what we have learned from our assessment actually is services are here through the portal, but we need, all Arab countries need to put more efforts in order to develop more mobile applications and to deliver these services through mobile application. Also, user satisfaction has to be taken into consideration because we do have also limited data about user satisfaction in the Arab country. And just the last word, actually, the enhancement of digital services, we think that it will advance the development of smart cities, and at the same time, it will mitigate COVID-19 impact in the region. Thank you so much for your attention, and sorry if I was a little bit late.
Thank you, Dr. Nawar. It was a great session, and I know there is so much information you would like to share with us. And it is interesting as well how to compare the nations and to see the gaps between the countries. I would like to thank you for your contribution via the ESCWA arms, sharing your United Nations efforts within the region in terms of developing smart cities, which it is one of the aims of this symposium. Truly, I have learned a lot. And now I would like to go to the last session of the day with the seventh session, Dr. Khalid Azzajali, Director General of Information Technology in Muscat Municipality, Sultanate of Oman. Dr. Khalid devoted knowledge and ambition have transferred Muscat Municipality to be among the top evolved public service sectors here in Oman, as they have been one of the very first organizations who have leveraged the technological advancement at early stage and managed to digitalize and transform Muscat municipality services by adapting the cutting-edge technology in services to the digital transformation and enhancing the experience. Khalid have managed many national IT projects such as the Higher Education Admission Center, E-Building Permit, and Muscat Complex Center. Dr. Khalid also is a board member of Oman Information Technology Society and national ICT think tank groups, such as ICT Strategy in Oman 2040 Vision. It is with a great pleasure inviting Dr. Khalid to indulge us with his experience and insight. Doctor, the mic is yours whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Haytham, for your nice words, actually. So, and talking good about Muscat municipality. And I'll start by, let me see, sharing the contents. I hope everybody can see the screen.
Yes, it is appearing.
Okay. Okay. It's my, actually, I would like to thank actually the organizers, particularly Dr. Huda and Leila and the others, your team, for giving me the opportunity to talk today about Muscat municipality's experience actually during this pandemic, and it was a great pleasure to listen to the presenters actually, the previous presentations by Abdullah and Mr. Rose and Kashif, and also I was pleased to get a lot of information from Judy and Danny, and also Dr. Muhammad also regarding that. So always the subject of smart cities, it's very interesting. I've been hearing about it for many years. And previously, if you think about it 10 years back, smart city was a bit, today I was hearing one of the presentations today, and they were talking about smart cities. So they have identified smart city into smart city 1.0 and smart city 2.0 and smart city 3.0. So the idea is probably it's documented somewhere also. It's 10 years back, smart city was a technology driven, and later on it became technology enabled, and now people are talking about open smart cities. And basically, they keep talking about cultural, citizen-centric experience and data-driven, and also value creation. Today, I'll be, as I said, I'll be talking about just a practical experience of what did Muscat municipality do, and I hope these experiences that we have done during the pandemic, it might be useful for so many people who are listening from our perspective. So this is the content for today, actually. So I'll be talking about, I'll be giving an introduction, a brief introduction in general, and I'll talk about Muscat municipality and exactly what is the ICT infrastructure and services that Muscat municipality is providing. And when it came to the COVID-19 pandemic, what kind of decision has been made in Muscat municipality in order to do the continuous plans, and what are the initiatives also on remote work and to allow our employees to work remotely. I want to emphasize on that, in general, municipal work are extremely also important, especially for this pandemic, because we're heavily involved with the committee, the higher committee of to tackle this pandemic, because we are managing as municipalities. Municipalities manage the city, so we are talking about shops and things like that. So this is how important it becomes that you need to be highly available in these times. In my 6 points, I'll be talking about how we have collaborated with the different organizations and what kind of business decisions or regulations that we have made and changed in order to just do that business continuity plan. And then I'll be discussing about the challenges and the opportunities that that face, and it might be useful and beneficial for you. So just a brief introduction about Muscat municipality. In general, Muscat municipality is committed to provide fast and quality services for Muscat citizens. In order to do that, always the digital transformation initiatives were the driver for these services. And during the COVID-19 pandemic, MM's ICT business continuity and digitalization plan have really reduced the disruptions of operations in this organization. So I'll give you a brief summary about exactly what is Muscat municipality basically, or when it started. It started in 1983, and they were providing very basic municipal work like permits, road, and fines. And the name changed in 1973 to Muscat municipality and to Capital municipality, and then later, I think in the 80s, probably it changed to Muscat municipality. And there were a royal degree in 2005 about Muscat municipality laws, and the new organization structure has been created in 2015. A couple of responsibilities about this organization. The organization is responsible for building roads and providing building permits. They issue planting for the city, lights, garbage collections, rent contracts, health inspections, and many other services. And the objective or the vision for Muscat is, or Muscat municipality is, Muscat is a prosperous and sustainable city. Around 7,000 employees are actually working for this organization. When it comes to our data infrastructure, I'll give you a brief description of exactly what this the digital infrastructure of our organization. Muscat municipality was one of the pioneers, and we provided a good or a robust infrastructure to provide our services. So we're talking about we're having a very high-end data center. We have it our own. This is before the cloud and the infrastructure that was, of course. So it is being invested in it for a long time, telecom infrastructure. And issues like virtualization servers are available, and fiber connectivity are high and available, and 1 giga connectivity between all municipalities, municipality sites, and also connecting with other organizations with a certain kind of connectivity. Internally, there are more than 60 internal applications are being managed in the municipality. This is due to the variety of works that this organization has. It's from business environment to health inspections to technical environment, and there are so many purchases, so many cars, things that has to be managed. So that's why they are having a lot of applications internally. And as we manage our internal application, but the most important is our services, our e-services, our portals. Along with the portals, we also have GIS services. Of course, all these has to be supported by a proper ICT infrastructure and ICT management services. So what happened actually during the pandemics? A lot of decision has been made, and as I have mentioned previously, this organization has to operate actually, even if there are, people has to work from home. So working from home. So that's why we had that agile decision-making process. So one of the first things that we have worked is allowing the employees working from home. Actually, it was a national mandate that everybody has to be at home and work from there. And an example of that: purchasing workflow, delivery of letters and documents, invoicing processes. All of them has been, because no one was attending in the headquarters actually. So things has to be changed, and the technology was ready to adapt that. When it comes to different initiatives has been taken for remote working from home. Actually, there are many initiatives has been taken, and the good thing is about Muscat municipality, we had the accessibility of remote access, but it was limited to a certain people. So remote access was one of the work that we have done: contact center services, enterprise document management, paperless. I'll actually going in detail about these, all of them. But again, paperless service, laptop purchases, and virtual meetings. All of these services has been provided. So again, as I said, remote access. So one of the things that we have done is, instead of allowing certain technical people to be allowed to work remotely in certain times, in this pandemic, so we have taken the permission that no, the policy, we have to change the policy by providing access to all. When I say all the important people, that they have to work to make sure that the city is running and not stopping. So that's what we did. So it was, as I said, previously limited to selective technical staff, but then it was allowed to everybody. With that, of course, people, when they're working, some of them, they don't have laptops, they don't have iPads. And so what we did is we have purchased more than 200 laptops for all of the critical people. So again, and then we provided access to them to work from PCs. And also what we did is many of them are used to their PC actually, because their PC have their own files and everything. We did not want to disrupt their screen. So that's why we had VPN access to their PCs. So everybody, exactly when they enter, they get exactly same screen and the data and the applications. As I said, we have 60 applications, and we're having a lot of external services. So every employee has his own, he customizes his screen based on whatever his needs. So that's why we provided a lot of accesses to their PCs through the laptops that we have purchased. One of the things that we did is the contact center. The contact center is a very critical, entity in Muscat municipality, because it answers all the calls and inquiries that the city needs. So when the mandate came that everybody has to go home or work from home, we have collaborated, thanks to Amantel for their efforts actually. We have moved the whole contact center employees. Everybody was working from home. Actually, the performance was great. People were very relaxed and working from home, and they can even have extended hours. And so because we were a bit ready and we had that business continuity plan, that if there is some kind of emergency, we will be able to do that. So employees actually took their PCs by themselves and they started working from home, and we have given them access, and they were extremely happy. The routing of the calls has been, have been provided by the local telecom. The interesting thing is, of course, because if it's a lot of inquiries has been happened, we have a great increase of, huge increase of calls. In the month of March and April and May, we had around 36,244 calls. This is compared with 22,549 calls. So a lot of calls actually, and compared actually with the 2019, the same period. Of course, this doesn't mean that we are only receiving calls, because our Twitter is one of the top in the country in terms of receiving and providing informations. We have also mobile app, Validity, and Instagram, Facebook, and MMM website, which were very highly interactive during that time. So this has been done actually within a year, within a day and a half, because it wasn't an emergency. So everybody was working around the clock just to make sure that the team has to be highly available and working. Just another example, which is one of the critical application, is building permit. Maybe I'll emphasize on that. We did not want to disrupt the city. So, for example, the building consultant, actually, they were allowed to work, because all of the consultants are working from their apartments or from they're not shops, actually. People are not visiting. So they were allowed to work. So their work were not disrupted. So in that terms, what we did is, because we are not allowed to come to our building, so we have also given an access, an example that every employees can go home and then they can work from their laptops instead of working from office. They moved and shifted and working. They are working from home. One of the investment that we have done is the introduction of. We did had our internal document management system, but it wasn't state of the art. So we wanted to digitize it fully, and the digital signature were there. And so it was introduced in 2019. I think it really helped us greatly in terms of not stopping our correspondence system. So every managers, all the employees who usually are supposed to receive letters and transfer letters, and the document has to be flowed in a proper way. And all we did is just, VPN access to everybody, and everybody were working from home. People were signing the letters. We did not have to come from home, because thanks to this new document management system that in 2009, and we've been working in it previously for many years. So at the same time, we have allowed all. We have put an announcement that the municipality is no longer receiving any letters. You cannot just come to the premises of the municipalities, because we have so many buildings everywhere. You are not allowed to bring hard papers. Announced on Twitter and all the social media that or correspondent must be received through email as an official document received in received channels. So that the good thing is it was a major shift, because we used to receive letters and documents, paper documents. So that was a great shift actually, because I'm getting like 1 or 2 calls every day from different organizations. That is, they say that I need to send a letter to, for example, His Excellency, I need to send a letter to this. How I should do it? I said, please go on Twitter and look at the procedures, or I can send them the email, and it comes automatically and forms in our systems. Another thing that one of the great initiatives is we have introduced a lot of new online services and digital forms to replace customer service centers. There are around 6 to 7, 5 main customer service centers. Hundreds of people are visiting these centers, because you have to complete their work. You're talking about rent contracts, municipal work, permits, things like that, all of them. So one of the huge effort that we had to do within 10 days probably is around that 10 days that we have to introduce online digital forms for most of our services. Previously, we had a lot of online services, but they were for main application, for example, rent contract, municipal services. But then later on, we decided, since all these customer service centers are not working, and they're closed, and it was a great opportunity for us, because whenever we wanted to introduce a service, a lot of processes and regulations were hindering us to introduce these things. For example, this example of here is when people want to purchase something and you give order to companies bring their their tender or their bets physically. It was very difficult for us to eliminate that physical attendance or providing the original signatures. This regulation has been eliminated. It is a fully online now, along with, of course, with the huge e-tender system that are being provided by the tender board, actually. But so this would greatly help us in these times. And also, when it came to the rent contracts, we had a lot of still paper documents. People wanted the paper documents. So, for example, let's say rent contracts, the landlord and the owner or the middleman needed, the landlord and the tenant, they had to sign the contracts. So these kind of documents, we're talking about tens of these kind of documents that I needed somebody to download or buy the paper or get the paper and sign and take it and then bring it physically to the center, to the service center. We were trying for many years to eliminate that, but we don't want to say thanks to COVID because it's there are a lot of disadvantage of it, but actually it really helped us to eliminate that process. Now our rent contracts, our municipal contracts, all of our forms are online and digitized. No need for anybody to come to any of the service centers. All of them are, or most of them, we are still progressing, because it's not like all of them at the same time. But almost 39 services has been introduced forms, and it really greatly eliminated the presence of the customers to come in. So once they get the forms, they can still sign it. And again, when they are done, they can upload these forms. And also the payment, they can go back once it is being processed and checked, because the staff has to check, the locations, and there are some kind of manual process still not being automated yet because of other regulations. But the staff, the Muscat municipality employee will check these things, and then they will, and then if everything is clear, and then he submits the invoice, and he can pay it directly. Another interesting thing that happened during this, pandemic, actually, one of the enablement, we started getting, having partnership with other entities. For us to introduce services, it has its own limitations, So thinking about the PPP models, as it has been described, actually, which is extremely important because of knowledge transfer, access to previously unexperienced businesses. We are not aware of so many things, or we are not a lot of things that has been done, but municipalities or the team that we have they don't have that expertise to do that, to do it. And it's a great opportunity for fast adoption and implementations of these systems. One of the examples that we did is we partnered with Oman Technology Funds. I actually thank them for their great support for many SMEs in Oman, and they have been great for SMEs, and also they have been very helpful for many government organizations in order to provide services. Municipality manages the central market for vegetables and fruits. It is based in Mawalih. It was one of the a place where a lot of cases that happened in coronavirus. So we had to be actually planning ahead and be ready. For us as a municipality, it was difficult for us to develop an application that it was like a mediator. It was a portal between the wholesale sellers and also the local buyers, but not the customers. This application was not there. So thanks for one of the SME application, which is AFMAR platform. The OTF has funded this, and then we actually allowed a lot of collaborations between the wholesale business people or the wholesale traders and with the local traders. This was done actually physically in the market for a while. It has still been done, but introduction of this service and enabling that already people are trying to do it, are using it. It made a big difference actually, and I'm expecting this will grow. And now there is a second stage where an online portal is there, and they call it AFMAR, I think 2.0 also. This is only related also to for customers, the customers who can buy from the central market of Mawalih. So this is one of the example. Another example that We have collaborated with Wukan Tech through Oman Technology Fund, trying to utilize drone technologies as the spraying of, cleaning the areas with the sprays and things. It was one of the challenges when we talk about Matrah. Matrah was actually, quarantined, the city. It's an old city. There are areas which are pathways which does not even, it's like a meter length. So you cannot have the equipment, you cannot take the equipment. And sometimes you need to spray in the top. So thanks to Wakan Tech, one of the companies that helped us in using these technologies to spray and try to spray. So we tried it. Actually, it was very interesting experience, and I'm sure the team or the company or Oman Technology Fund can, they have elaborated about this in a previous presentation. So these are kind of the example that we have done. And, it would have been done, but it would have taken a long time. But because of this and because of the speed, sometimes we have eliminated the effort, and then we had to work hard in order to make sure that we should not wait for a perfect scenario. Let us start and make these implementations, and then we start and then we continue progressing later on. Also, we are talking about the business decisions and regulation changes. Because of shops are being closed, we had to act extremely quickly, actually, to make some of the changes internally on our internal applications. For exemption from late fees, shops were closed. Especially in the beginning, for like 2 weeks, so we had some, ups and downs. I might mention them in my limitations, but we had that issues actually.
Dr. Khalid, 1 minute.
Yes. 1 minute only. Okay, I'll go very fast. But these kind of forms and submissions, and there are these kind of decisions that has been made very quickly, which would never have the chance to do that. In terms of challenges and opportunities, because of so many services have been introduced, we had to make sure that we have to maintain the level of IT service delivery, and maintaining the infrastructure connectivity, increase software deployment and adoption, and shifting. Also, one of the challenges wasn't an easy task, shifting municipal services from service centers to online service centers. And also we have to measure risk, because whatever we are opening access, we're allowing access and response, we have to quickly respond. We have to measure these risks, community awareness, a lot of announcements, a lot of things, more clarification needed. Thanks to contact center, they were trying, Muscat Municipality Contact Center there, and the media department, they were doing a great job in terms of that. What I say, opportunities, unnecessary, regulations can be reduced to provide more value, not only during the crisis, but all the times. Human resource optimization can be a key factor to provide more efficient working model. Like I said, working from home, it turned out to be successful. And as Abdullah mentioned, actually, in his, we have to think, rather than thinking come from 7:30 and to 2:30. You can just provide some KPIs for them. You have to finish 50 processes, for example. Things like that can be done, and I think we are progressing and moving regarding that. And utilizing advanced technology can be adapted to completely change testing, inspections, and certifications, and also adapting new technology faster through PPP models. So these kind of opportunities are available, and we have realized them. I hope I finished within the time, 1 minute, and thank you, Haytham, for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalid. It was really great initiatives that Muscat Municipality have done, and I only feel proud such technology has been deployed here in Oman, especially during the pandemic. And yes, true, it is no perfect scenario we should wait for to actually try the technology and evolve of our services. And your efforts is been really highlighted in Muscat municipality. And I would like to take this moment also to thank everyone and to encourage everybody to support us here at Smart City Platform and to join us as members. I'm really proud to say that I'm an ambassador of the Smart City Platform, me and Azhar and the other colleagues, the hidden soldiers, should I say, that they work at the background to make this event such a success. And I would like to thank Oman Data Park for sponsoring a lot of the hackathons that happened within Smart City platform. Their contribution, their support, and their effort is really and highly appreciated. And we are looking forward to expand our database from participants, companies, organizations, and whomever who would like to extend a hand and make a difference for Oman and for the nation as a whole, because smart cities doesn't belong to one boundary. It extends itself to the whole world. So whatever works here in Oman, sure it will work somewhere else in the world. So please support us, spread the message about Smart City Oman platform, and join us and make a difference truly for a better Oman and for a better world to come. And at this stage, I would like to conclude as well and saying that we have come to the panelist discussion that will be led by Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, who will invite our gracious speakers and panelists today to share their insight and to answer some of many questions that really has come through social media and Q&As and through YouTube, who are watching and tuning in via their social media preferred platform. So our moderator for today, Engineer Maqbool Al-Wahabi, please join us.
Thank you. Thank you, Haytham. Trying to start my video here. Can you see me? Hi, everybody. Can you all hear me?
I don't see you. I see Muhammad Anwar. Yes, now. Yes, you are all in. Perfect.
Great to see you all. I was actually impressed by the diversified knowledge that this panel had contributed to. We've heard some efforts towards rankings, effort towards statistical information collection, and efforts towards, again, the real life scenarios that Dr. Khalid have taken us through. I think they've been doing great. One of the elements, if I may learn from the pandemic, unprecedented circumstances, that Oman have managed, actually, I say that with pride, Oman have managed to make use of the triangle, if you like. You have the government demand in terms of services in one end. You have, again, the private sector ready to supply that demand. And the most important aspect is that we had also the venture capitals and the funding elements were, again, geared up and ready to contribute financially in order to satisfy that demand. And Oman Tech Fund was a great example of how venture capitals can actually contribute a lot in this particular aspect. I'll start with Judy. You've given us a great insight, and thank you, Dr. Judy, for all the knowledge that you've managed to push to us. You are actually suggesting that city governments make a greater use of real-time data to understand crises as they unfold in the city. So are you recommending the use of apps, for instance, such as those that have been developed to trace COVID-19 contacts and symptoms?
Well, yes, I mean, one of the interesting side effects of this whole COVID crisis has been watching the development of these apps, because this is an obvious use case of getting people to contribute data that's immediately useful, it's real time. What I think has been interesting is how many different apps have been developed around the world, and also the slight differences in how people have approached these apps. I see on the Q&A someone is asking about the challenge of private data. And I was thinking about this. A lot of different countries have approached the challenge of private data differently in terms of what data they collect, what they choose to do with it, and how that data is protected and shared. So I think that's very interesting. Research that I've been involved with in South Africa actually showed that people are very willing to share personal data, share data about where they are, what they're doing, if they feel that that data contributes to some kind of greater good. And so it's been interesting to me, sort of recently arrived in Europe, to see the concerns in Europe around privacy, and then to have conversations with people in other parts of the world where the conversation is more around how obvious it is to share data. And so I think this is a lovely inventive space. We're going to see many other things emerge from it. I certainly think that we need to explore the possibilities of these apps, but I think there's going to be some interesting challenges in trying to understand the different approaches that have been taken.
Thank you. I think you've touched up on a very important aspect, which is mostly personal data privacy. And we do understand how consumers react to that particular element. Now, during the COVID-19, I believe there was also that sort of data had amplified itself a little bit further to include health status. How do you see consumers reacting to that element?
I think it's going to be very different in different parts of the world, actually. And that's what the research shows, is that in some parts of the world, people are very willing to share their data, and others, they're not. And I think it depends on culture. I think it depends on local norms, where people feel that contributing to a greater good is worthwhile, as opposed to more individualistic cultures where people are more concerned about keeping their personal data separate. So I think there's going to be differences there. But I think the differences are interesting because I think we can actually observe in different parts of the world how this plays out, and where countries are better able to manage or perhaps less better able to manage because of the different responses of the consumers.
Thank you, Dr. Judy. I'll move into Dr. Nawar. From the GMS assessment experience and taking into account the COVID-19 impact that we all know, what would be the most important focus of digital policies in the Arab region from your perspective? Dr. Nawar, I think you are in mute. Yeah. You are in mute again.
Why?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Maqbool. Actually, as it was mentioned several times during these 2 days, the pandemic showed the importance of digital transformation and smart cities development. And I think that it encouraged government to take effective steps to advance digitalization of government operations. So in the Arab region, as it was mentioned, and we see that from the results that we obtained from GEMS, we do have 3 different clusters. We do have an advanced cluster, middle cluster, and let's say developing cluster. So the advanced one, from that classification, I think that the focus would be a little bit different. So the focus in the advanced cluster would be more on how to develop integrated services, how to use new technologies in order to enhance effectiveness and efficiency. But in the middle cluster that has mainly mid-income countries, I think that the focus would be on how to expand the range of services, of delivered services, and especially through mobile applications, whereas the focus for the third group would be still, unfortunately, on developing the infrastructure and delivering basic services electronically. And I think that this pandemic also, it's a global crisis. It also could be seen as an opportunity for governments to accelerate the pace of digital transformation and maybe in a way or another, the development of smart cities.
Great. So basically, Dr. Nawar, from your perspective, what would be the main design features that we need to take into account and the lessons that we learn from COVID-19 pandemic?
Yeah. I think that it was mentioned. It was mentioned during my presentation that digital services played an important role to ensure the business continuity and also to reduce the physical contacts when there is a citizen who would like to get any service from an agency, government agency. So if there is a digital service, this would help a lot. So what would I think that what would be an advice to government in order to include when they develop a new services is to have people and citizen-centric orientation to include and to embed secure by design aspects through the implementation of digital services. To be sure also that these services are widely acceptable and widely accessible. So we need to be sure that the inclusiveness is here and is provided. In addition to that, I think that also there's an idea that that was mentioned several times during these 2 days is about seamless operation. So these services need to be operated from any platform, whether it's on Android, whether it's on iPhone, etc., iOS, or whatever the operation system. I think that also we need to have that seamless operation in developing digital services. And maybe the final aspect would be to allow citizens to give their feedback about the quality of that service. And we have seen that GEMS index is trying to capture that aspect. So we need also to use these, we need citizens to use these services and to be satisfied about these services. So I think that if we gather all these features and we take them into consideration, since the design phase of digital services, we will get really a satisfactory and accessible digital services.
Absolutely right. And I think the clearer the demand, the better chance that that demand gets satisfied. I think within the pandemic, what we learned here in Oman, and I think Dr. Khalid have given us good case studies, there was a clear demand over a clear aspect. And those demands have been catered without, in an agile manner, if you like, without having to amplify it so much to the level that it might get complicated and undelivered at the end of the day. So you are absolutely right. I think paying attention to design is a critical element in the success factor of any implementation. And I would like to move to Mr. Dennis. You have referred in few slides to the United Nations e-government survey 2020 in your presentation. We are aware that since the publication is not launched, you may not elaborate about the data and ranking, but is there anything or is there something else that you can share with the audience for the first time here in this seminar?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the question and the opportunity. As I've mentioned, the United Nations e-government survey 2020 will be launched next month or latest in August. We will be looking at, as usual, global and regional rankings, the rankings of those 100 cities. We will also have a dedicated chapter on data, and we will also be looking at specifically on e-participation, citizen engagement, and lastly, not least, as chapters, we will be looking at digital government capacity. And as I mentioned, one edition will be this addendum on COVID-19. And one of the things we will be doing is, following the global launch, a series of technical webinars will be organized Again, we hope to see most of all of, actually, if possible, all of the participants here in these webinars. I will be in touch and I will put the links in the chat box. And we will also be collaborating with UN regional commissions, including ESCWA, Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, and for all the other regions, plus UN new e-government unit to organize these webinars. And last, the survey will also be translated to other languages, including Arabic, Chinese, French, Russian, and Spanish. And these all will be available online. I will put a link now for our participants so that they could follow for those interested in.
That's great.
Thank you. Back to you.
For that, thank you, and we appreciate that. You have also, Mr. Dennis, mentioned various technologies used by public officials during the pandemic. In your view, how effective are these technologies? How much, as a society, we can rely on these technologies from your perspective?
Yes, thank you. Yes, I did mention, you are right. Before I go further into that question, I just want to remind that UN Human Rights Council took a few years ago the same rights that people have offline must also be protected online. So, however, whatever technology is developed, I think we should take into considerations people's rights, and that's a crucial element to gain the trust of people. So that's one thing. And one of the things in that regard, for example, in contact tracing apps, in some countries, public health authorities are carrying out a call with an infected person and asking for their explicit consent to obtain localization data. And in case of, for example, disagreement, communication is stopped. So asking people really if they can share their data. Or in some other countries, they are implementing these contact tracing apps on an opt-in basis, meaning individuals have to actively confirm that they wish to participate and contribute to this solution. But having said all this, and having also have reviewed maybe like more than 500 specific cases specifically on COVID-19, if you ask me like whether any of these technologies will solve or will replace manual contact tracing, if I say yes, that would be technology trumperism. Like, it is not, absolutely not. We definitely need like traditional methods. We need like ventilators. We need actual physical contact tracing. We need all these public officials calling people to make sure that all precautions are taken care. But what technology does is it maybe eliminates some kind of social distancing. By using these online doctors, we don't have a visit to the hospitals. So technology can definitely help, but let's not also forget that all these automated algorithms will either generate false negatives or false positives. So that's just like one addition, and we need to rely on like these health workers and traditional methods. Back to you.
Absolutely. We cannot agree more with that, with your comment and the way you've made it clear, I think, in a great context. Thank you for that. I'll have to move to Dr. Khalid. Dr. Khalid, you've given us a great presentation on ground, if you like, implemented during the pandemic, and I would like to congratulate you and the team for having that agility of maneuver in a very short span, where you have to actually mobilize your team, where maybe from home, in a very seamless manner. We as consumers have not really felt this, you like. So you did great. Can you identify, Dr. Khalid, several factors that have contributed for this instant implementation of the initiatives you have mentioned. So what are those lessons that we need to take away from these experiences that you had?
Okay, yeah. I couldn't hear you properly, but I think you are talking about the identification of several factors that contributed to the instant changes that had happened actually. And I think what if you think about it is when people are in a comfort zone, they are relaxed, they want to do their work in a proper way, in a quality way, they want to finish, and then they want to go home actually. So the disruption, when there is a disruption, the people's enactment becomes faster, and the responsibilities are there, you know. So so a disruption have happened, you know, so because of this pandemic. So we had to act very quickly and fast, and technology have helped us. The good thing is we have invested a lot in the technology for the past many years. So these things, whatever we have done and you know, catered for a long time, it helped us actually in this pandemic. And the good thing from the business side or from the management side is people who are understanding. You know, we have, as I said, you know, we have eliminated a lot of procedures that, you know, just a simple fact, you know, when you wanted to buy even this hardwares actually in a government organizations, usually it takes months actually, 5, 6, 7 months. Even if you are in urgent manner, you know, we have to place an order, and then you have to give a fair chance for everybody to apply, and 40 days you have to wait, you know. Things like that, you know, depend on the price, you know. I mean, if it's below 150 riyal, okay, you can just buy it directly, but if it's above I don't know, 5,000 riyal, you have to go in a tender process, things like that. It was taking a long time. So, you know, and when you have a management and who understand that we need to really act fast and move fast, they have helped us actually in just, you know, I need to buy this, I know this vendor, this is the fair price, and I've done it, you know. So because we needed to finish up our job, you know, online applications, it had to go through processes, acceptance from the users, and also the concerns that, you know, when you try to upload, you know, online, you know, introduce a service, you know, the criticism that you might get, you know, when you do it extremely fast, you know, because of these issues, you know, people are a bit understanding, but these kind of cases actually that, you know, has happened actually. So that's what we did actually in that terms, yes.
That's great. Dr. Khalid, this is a great example of how we human beings have, it's all in our hand to either make things easy or complicated. Unfortunately, we need some psychological expert in this particular context, which I am not. And you've said it clearly. Things went smooth, and suddenly a lot of these processes have been relaxed in order to have an agile kind of environment and to produce faster. Now, what is your perception on the post-COVID-19? Do you think we're going to go back to 2019, for instance, or do you think that things will carry on the way it was? What is your perception there?
No, I think you know, in Arab Spring, some people are saying post September 11 and after September 11. I mean 2011, whatever, or in the US, you know, and which is September 11. Of course, COVID is going to be a global, you know, a trend. You know, post, you know, COVID time and after COVID time. I think they'll keep talking about it. Whatever we have learned, especially working from home, this is a global experience, not only related to, of course, municipality or Oman. This is a global experience. And these experience, you know, like Zoom and these applications were available for a long time. You know, it's not that they were not available, but because of this, everybody started using it, and then they felt, even myself, honestly, I have to say that, you know, I'm an IT guy, whatever, you know, but because of that, we've been forced, and we are using it now. And we're extreme, of course, you know, I mean, the previous presenters, some of them mentioned, is it psychological wise, can you just keep staying at home or sitting in it? I don't know. I mean, you still, you know, you'll be interested to go back and work there, you know. But things like that have changed. Working from home, it can be an opportunity. Who, you know, we can be very flexible in that. You know, with the top management, they are very welcoming. You know, you know, our minister, he is very interested to, to explore these kind of opportunities. And what we need to do is we will not come back actually as we are. But I'm expecting, because it was a stress time, even though we made a lot of changes, but we were pushing ourselves a lot. Can we sustain this push, for a long period of time? We have sprinted, it wasn't a marathon, so we were being, we did it, but can we sustain a long term in terms of, our internal capabilities and things like that? We need to think about that. How can we partner? The issues of, partnering with other, cloud services are available nowadays. We need to push much faster in order to do them. So these kind of issues has to, can be, explored and think
Yeah,
about.
we cannot agree with you more, Dr. Khalid. One last, I think we are about to hit the allowed time, but I would like to hear from one, like a second of, few seconds from each on how do you see the post-pandemic from your perspective? We'll start with Dr. Nawar, maybe. Can you tell us quickly what is your view on the post-pandemic?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mahmoud. Very quickly, I think that it is a new era, as it was mentioned clearly, and we need to, there is an adaptation phase that we need to go through. And in all cases, as all of us are working in technology fields, I think that it will be also an opportunity for us to demonstrate the importance of technology in improving lives and improving cities and improving countries. Very good, very shortly. Thank you.
Dr. Judy, how do you see the post-pandemic from your domain perspective?
So I guess it's very difficult to predict the future. But what I have hoped is that, the fact that people have engaged so much more with technology during this period and embraced it, I'm hoping that what this means is that people are going to be more ready to use data in innovative ways going forward in terms of collecting data, what they can do with that data, the power of it. And I'm hoping that it's going to, open up the space a little bit so that people aren't afraid of this. It isn't seen as something new and difficult to implement. It's something that if we put in the energy and attention, we can actually benefit from. So I'm hoping for more better use of data in the future.
Great. Dennis, you're working in collecting data and basically doing your surveys. So are you predicting, major kind of changes would happen in your report of maybe 2020 or 2021, I would assume. Can you give us your view on that?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, like Judy said, it's very difficult to predict, but technology is all part of our lives, and it's more and more. Our next publication will be 2022. I have no idea actually what we will be talking around those times, but definitely we will be continuing. I can see that. But one thing, maybe for the benefit of all participants, that I can share right now is this is the UN Secretary General's roadmap for digital cooperation. So this is just launched right now as we are in this panel. The Secretary General just launched a roadmap for the coming digital cooperation. And for any kind of predictions, I would refer there. And he has 8 key areas for action. These are achieving universal connectivity by 2030, again referring to 50% that are not connected. One thing, promoting digital public goods to create a more equitable world. Like most of the technologies, he would like to see them as public goods to be shared more widely, and ensuring digital inclusion, strengthening digital capacity, ensuring the protection of human rights, supporting global cooperation on artificial intelligence. This is definitely something we will be hearing more and more. promoting trust and security, and also building more effective architecture for digital cooperation. So I would also invite everyone to review that. I am no way expert in any of these areas or to make any predictions, but one thing I know is these issues will be more and more in the agendas of high-level leaders, and also we will see more good things, bad things in these things, and I think it's all up to us to make use of good things more and to prevent the concerns.
Right. Thank you for that, Dr. Khalid.
We have 1 minute.
1 minute for Dr. Khalid. How do you see the post-pandemic?
I'll just do it very quickly because 1 minute.
Always optimistic.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very optimistic. And whatever services we have gained speedily, I think we'll continue doing that for the city. And I would like to emphasize about the power of data, and actually it's extremely important. I always say clean data is extremely important because you can build smart city on top of clean, efficient data, and these they have to be thought about from this infrastructure level. So more focused on data, because data is power, and also the most important thing is we need to focus about focus on people, citizen engagement, because we need to listen to them, and we have to make sure that what they want at the end. It's not what we want; it's what they want exactly, and they have to be satisfied.
Thank you, Dr. Khalid. Thanks everybody. It was a great panel. I think we've learned a lot from you. There was a diversified, fruitful discussion that we had from all of you. Thank you on behalf of, I think I'll hand over to Haytham, and he will be ending this for us. Haytham?
Thank you very much, Engineer Maqbool. And indeed, it is a great panel. There is a lot of diversity among us, and different experiences and expertise has been shared. And that's what the aim of this symposium, to gather as much experts as you and people who listen to you. They move forward with smart ideas, and they can develop furthermore their countries and share all these insights with others. Of course, this is recorded message, so we will be sharing it among social media. And thank you for your insight and for your time and dedicated efforts globally at this point. I would like to introduce Dr. Huda to give her final remarks and to congratulate all of you for the success of this event. Dr. Huda, the mic to you.
Thank you very much, Haytham. Thanks a lot. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We came now to the end. On behalf of the symposium organizers, I would like to express my gratitude to all of you who have come together here from various places for your cooperations, which has enabled us to conduct a highly fruitful webinar. Thank you to our guest of honor, Her Excellency Engineer Azza bint Sulaiman Ismailiya. Thank you for all of our 14 speakers who participated in this symposium. Thank you to our session moderators, Mr. Maqbool Al-Luhaibi and Dr. Ali Shidani. As you've been with us, the symposium focused on several areas, the most important of which are identifying challenges and opportunities of smart cities resulting from COVID-19 outcome, highlighting successful models of smart cities around the world, and determining the reasons of their success. Also highlighted the latest research and results regarding the effectiveness of smart cities in improving the economy, education, and living standards in society. On personal note, and taking COVID-19 situation into context, it is very difficult situation and unprecedented for all humanity. This has never been so explicit as to the impact within urban environments or within technological advancement. We have a responsibility now and in the future to spread the note and content shared in this conference to ensure that as humanity, we are better prepared in the future crisis. We cannot take this for granted. We have to make further progress to activate this mindset. We need to implement what's on our portfolio. We have to speed this up. We have to integrate our thinking, collaborate not as local independent cities in Oman, but to leverage from the wider network of cities worldwide. We need to abolish boundaries, we need to erase distances, and we need to trace new roads of development. Not alone in the digital aspect of smart cities, but to embark upon developing smart population, which will produce far better smart cities. Again, I call upon all of us to wake up, to turn this crisis into a vast opportunity. Let us not make it to go to waste. Let us not hold more on the debates. Let us embrace change and let us change now, today. We may not get this chance again, may not as big as we know it now. I'm optimistic and hopeful in all of us, on the spirit of humankind, on the values of civilizations, and on our ability to inspire our children, the new generation, that we have survived the biggest human crisis in the past 300 years. Stay positive, please. Stay hopeful. Act today. Stay safe and keep well. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to Smart City team and to Smart City Ambassador. Special thank to our ambassador from MTC and from HCT as well. Thank you so much. And it's your Haytham, your turn. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Huda, for your final remarks. Indeed, there is so much to be said today. All our attendees from all over the world today and the speakers as well, sharing their insight and knowledge has definitely given a lot of thoughts and a lot of ideas to be discussed. And this is just the start. And there is further more to be done in this area. That's why I encourage everybody to become an ambassador with us today, to support us, to extend a hand. And with you, together, we will make a better solutions, a very smart solutions. And we could share the data among us. Today, those expert panels have dedicated their time, and we wish to see more of you in the near future. This is your host, Haytham Al-Hajri. Thank you very much. Have a good night and be safe during this pandemic. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you.